Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God, we thank you for the opportunity to come together and do the county's business today. Once again, we ask that you give our commissioners wisdom and insight as they lead. We ask that you protect our employees and watch over them as they pray in Jesus' name.
Amen.
All right, good morning, everybody. First off, I think we're gonna, before we do anything,
I think he wants to do the,
So you want to get the minutes and the
minutes.
rules taken care of?
then we'll do that.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes from last week.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Make a motion, we pay the claims in the amount of $477,015.57.
I'll second that motion.
Any more discussion? Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Now, you wanna go?
Yeah, let's do.
Do we have the ad and abates or not?
I think they want to get some.
Okay.
You ready to go ahead and do?
Yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and go in there. What do you guys need?
20 minutes.
It's for legal.
For legal to discuss possible litigation.
I'll make a motion that we, first thing go into executive session for 20 minutes for legal to, discuss possible litigation.
Second it.
Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, ma'am. There's two. They said you got one. You should work here. You watch this side. So Nancy will have to leave. Maybe they'll.
Did you check out your nursing room?
And then someone, yes. Because she knew how to develop his needs. Oh. So I could go, Donna will have to, these one. Well, I didn't know that meant Donna. They're doing a PET scan today. They already know that he's got a huge lung, one lung, and a huge mass back here within the arms. Yeah. Yes. That's, you know, that's. Yeah. See, I took that. So now they're doing that's good today. No. I think his son, yes, that's the role. Right now, it's the next time you can get up. You can't stay there. That's something. And he wants it. He wants her to do it. They say, yeah. But you can't. You have to get up and do things. I said, well, they allow you to do that. I don't really think it's very nasty. His throat is when he eats. So, they said that. They said that to me. They just wanted to have all the while. So yeah, you know, we got, you know, the way that these go, but it doesn't sound good. There are other things. So you need something brought to you, and I don't know how to get it. I agree with it. It's like, do that. Well, I'll have this right there. What did you do? Well, the instructor is small. Oh, no, that. And I, there's it's not, you know, that's, I. Usually sending out these huge alarms when you've got somebody some kind of clue. Yeah, to give you a clue. Because we all know our body kind of so much. Until we don't. We all come here. And you bring that to the yeah, you guys know me good. Why? I have to live. What are we doing? I'm gonna have to live like this. I gave you, I made them this morning. You made that? Good. I know, that was the hard part. I know. Was finding the seal. She was thinking of her kid. Let's just say it. He's retired and they was tribes here. You need more. You need some? Sure. I did not leave home without one, my first one. No, oh, exactly. Oh, I didn't know this. You know, generic. The baby. I do. I think I'm first name. Hi. His first name. Mark. Jason. Jason. That's Jason. It's Jason. Okay. Who what? Jason. Right now. Jason. Is that right? Yeah. Somebody. Why didn't we want to know? I don't know. That's why he's new. He doesn't have family. Oh, okay. Oh, that, so that's what Jason. It's down on the water center. In one of those patterns. Yeah. Those things should be at the end of the meeting, so people that they would be. That was comment. Linn more not. But she was disappointed with the case, can't use it. Oh, yes. That was big loss.
I'm going to make a motion that we go back in for 15 more minutes on this executive session.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been second, all in favor?
Aye.
start with a few department heads, and we have probably-
I've still got several things to do whenever you're ready.
Are they, time sensitive? Do we need to get them taken?
No, I mean, they can ignore it.
What I was gonna do is go through, get a few department heads until 9:45 and get Todd here in case he had something. So. We had no action from executive session. We have about 5 more minutes and we have Todd, our asphalt foreman on the schedule. So we're gonna go with a few department heads. I know that there's a lot of people here. We're gonna get to you guys as soon as we can, okay? So, Randy, you wanna go ahead and come up?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hegwald, Linn County Rural Fire and Emergency Preparedness. Giving you the weekly run total. We had 6 incidents last week. Brought our total up for the year to 80. We did test storm sirens last week with the emergency preparedness or severe weather awareness week. Testing went well. Tested them through the new consoles over at the Judicial Center, all the consoles are remote, so everything went good, tested out fine. So we're going to continue to test those. I'm going to get it with dispatch, find out kind of a testing schedule and keep that posted so people know, hey, we're going to be testing them on these days. So, other than that, I have nothing.
I don't have anything.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Randy?
Gayla?
Good morning, Galen Anderson with American Medical Response. And our ambulance transport volume for the past 7 days has just been 7, so a bit on the low side compared to historical trends. So far at this point in the month of March, we're at 18 transports. AMR is responding to a FEMA deployment for sending resources out to California to assist with the efforts out there due to the rainfall and flooding and mudslides in Central California. And here from Linn County, we're planning to send 1 full-time EMT out, and we'll send a few providers as well from the Kansas City operation. And then the only other thing that I had was just to announce that one of our full-time paramedics, who's also a resident of Linn County, Amanda Reed, we've happy to announce we've promoted her to a position of field training officer within the department. So we have 2 field training officers, and she really took a great active role in onboarding the 2 full-time EMTs that we hired recently, and really stepped up and did a great job training and mentoring them. So we're happy to announce that for Amanda Reed. And I think that's about all I have. Anything for me?
Yeah, is there any big plans coming up for this? I mean, from now until next year for AMR? You guys got any big plans? Like, I know we got a vehicle last year or whatever. You guys got anything else going on?
Not to speak of, no. Yep. Anything that comes up, I'll touch base with you on for sure.
I don't have anything else.
Thank you, Galen.
Have a good week.
You too.
All right, Todd, you want to go ahead and come on up and we'll talk to you and state your name and what you do for us, what you're here for.
Good morning, Todd Muller, Asphalt Division. Sean wanted me to come in and talk to you guys about my plan for this year. I've got about 20 miles of chip seal road with the way the budget's going to work that I can do. I'm going to need to buy 8,000 gallons of MC30, which is my tack oil for putting down hot mix. With the way the prices have increased this year, we're going to use hot mix more than making our own because the prices are going to be comparable to the same. So we're going to try to find a provider around here. Whitaker's selling, they quoted me $76.70 for hot mix this year per ton. I'm waiting to hear from Superior up in Lewisburg as far as that goes, and that'll probably be my 2 main that I buy from this year if I can. And I need to get about 100,000 gallons of CRS2P. And then I also need to be able to purchase 3,000 tons of screened rock from Cadmus. We're going to be chipping up around the Lacine area. That's where I'm mainly focusing this year. Quarry Road and 1095 North and stuff like that. And their rock is going for $18.50 a ton.
Do we negotiate that price? I mean,
That is negotiated.
Is that washed or?
That is, according to Scott Brooks, that is heavily screened. And he said if we want to negotiate next year with doing a wash rock, he is more than happy to do that. We just let him know how many tons we want, and he will set it up to where we can get some wash rock.
are you going to go inspect that before you?
Yes. We're going to go up and grab some samples, and when we find out which company has our bid, we're going to send it into them so they can test it and see if it's up to par of what we're wanting to do. I'm hoping to prevent what we had last year. So we're going to really scrutinize what's going on this year. So you guys have any other questions or?
I was going to, oh, your equipment. Do you have any big purchases for any equipment that's going to be needed to come in the next few years?
The only real big purchase I would like to get is I'd really like to get a milling head for the skid loader for a high flow, one of the Bobcats that we have. Just because I've got some bridge approaches that are going bad and things of that nature, and I've got some approaches going on and off bridges that I would like to be able to taper at more of an angle than what they are. They're getting a lot of drop off and they're getting really rough.
But everything else is looking pretty good.
Yeah, everything else I've got's in great shape. I mean, my paver's a 97, but it's only got 1,000 hours on it. My chipper's a 2017. My distributor's a 2015. So, and they're all still in great shape. So, the only thing I might need eventually, and I'm not even saying we're going to need it anytime soon, is I might need a new steel wheel roller. Just because mine's having some, I'm going to guess it's injector issues. But we think we've got it worked out now. Mike Nation came down, gave us a hand with it, and it runs a lot better than it did last year. So,
When you're operating your asphalt crew, how many guys do you have to have?
just the hot mix part.
Just to do the entire thing, like sign hold and all that? I mean, is it?
I run, if you're talking at the most I have ever used, I use around 14. Because on chip seal, I've got to have 6 drivers, I've got to have 2 flagmen, and then I've got myself and I've got 2 guys on the chipper. And then I've got the two guys on the rollers. So that's the biggest crew I run when it comes to doing any asphalt project.
And as far as those outer roads, like coming off 69 highway, is that by statute you have to repair those? Is it chip and seal, or what do you do on those?
We normally do chip and seal, and if it needs patching, we'll run patch on it, hot mix or cold mix if we got some.
How often do you have to do that?
I run it, it's supposed to be ran on a 3-year rotation with what John had it set up as. A lot of our roads have fallen into 5 and 6 years just because of the lack of finances and everything else and the manpower and trying to get around. So a lot of the roads I'm going to hit this year, I did originally when I first came on, like Showalter and Sadler and Robertson. I did those in 2020.
Being those are transferred over from the state, correct?
Yeah.
Do they have real strict rules on how to do that type of stuff?
No, I believe it's whatever we do to the rest of our roads, we're allowed to do those.
Our roads now, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's about all I had. Just a few questions.
Anything else, gentlemen?
Thanks,
All right.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you for your time.
Are you going to be here? Is he going to be here later on?
Yeah.
Okay. Sheriff, you want to go ahead and come on up?
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. Our numbers for today in the jail, we have 48 in. This past week, we had 16 releases. We have 24 total farmed in, and 24 are ours, of course. This past week, we had 115 911 calls. In our jail contacts, jail services, we had 3,801 contacts there. Calls for service dispatched by dispatch and answered by patrol were 556 calls for service this past week. Total civil service papers served were 20. We had 8 VIN inspections that were done. New cases opened, criminal, child needed care, things of that nature. We had 13 of those, had 13 cases closed. We worked 8 vehicle crashes. School resource officers had 128 calls for service, and the bailiffs division had 148 persons in the front door of the Justice Center. And out of those 148, they had 47 calls for services where they provided further services. And we had 8 livestock out calls this past week. So that's all I have for the commission and the people. If you have anything for me, I'll happily stand.
I don't have, thank you.
I don't think so.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks. Missy, you want to go ahead and come on up?
This is just my activity report. In the past week, we saw 40, or service about 42 people last week. And I only have one other thing, and that is my grant application that I need signed today. I gave you those grants last week and for you to look over, and they are due by noon on the 15th. So I need the signature page to attach to that so I can submit it.
That includes one you sent out during this week, right?
Yes,
That I
Yes.
pulled.
yes.
Off of the last time. This one.
How do you want to do this? You want to go over the grants, each one of them, description, what it's for, or how do you guys want to do that? How do you want to do that?
Well, that's why I gave them to you last week, so you could go ahead and review them. And it's our 4 aid to local that we have done every year. These are not COVID grants. The state formula grant, we have to match 100%. The MCH grant, we have to match 40%.
One second, Missy.
It's a total of $51,000, 737 and 3 cents.
Which one were you talking about?
That's all 4 of them together. This is what your grant page looks like.
Is it in here? Oh, okay. We see it. Oh, it's not. So you have two. So you have 4 altogether? You said?
4, yes. Those pay mostly salaries. Part of salaries.
Is there any way I can get you to talk about each one of them, kind of a little in depth and who they pay for?
The IAP is for immunizations. It pays 100%. 100% of that grant goes to salaries. MCH is maternal child health, and that's doing outreach to our moms, kids, anybody, up to the age 49. Is that correct? 44. And that's how we help with our community baby shower, kids' health fair, and salaries. The state formula is just a set formula set by the state, $7,000, that is salaries. And what's my last one? Oh, FEP, Public Health Emergency Preparedness. It pays mostly salaries and some emergency preparedness stuff that we have to renew every year. like I said, these are ones that we've done every year for, I don't know how many years.
You guys got any discussion on it?
I don't.
Jim?
I just don't fully understand them, so I guess that's,
What do you want to know? What do you want to, you got anything you want to ask her to try to help you?
I don't understand the breakdown of them, I guess. It's just maybe me, but it's, I guess, I'm not.
Do you have anything you want to ask her that so she can try to educate us on it?
No, not really, not right now, no.
Jason, how you feel?
I feel like we need to have these grants to keep our health department running. With the deadline approaching.
When is it today?
15th, but I'd like to get it submitted ahead of time because when they start submitting, a lot of times the system goes down because so many people are using it. So I'd like to go ahead and get it done so that there's not an issue.
How do you guys feel about that? I would make a motion that we approve these 4 grants, the IAP, the MCH, the PHEP, and the SF grants for a total of $51,737.03 for grants for the health department.
I'll second that motion.
Any more discussion on it? Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 2-1.
And then I need 15 minutes of executive session for personnel.
15. Oh, sorry. You need to sign this? Do I do it right here at the board of directors or? I'm gonna try to, you guys in the very back right there, you guys want to go ahead and come on up? We'll get you guys taken care of. Do you guys have anything you want to present to us, or are you just hanging out, or? Oh, gotcha. All right. Well, welcome. Sorry I didn't ask before. Well, I'll make a motion that we go in executive session with Missy for, what was it? 15 minutes for
Personnel.
for personnel.
I'll second that.
Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm gonna make a motion that we extend for 5 more minutes, come back at 10:19 for executive session.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we did have a little bit of action from executive session. Missy Lancaster did resign, so I want to thank her for her time and effort she's put in here at the health department. She stepped in a pretty weird time for us all and helped us out a lot. So Missy, I appreciate everything you've ever done, and hopefully you'll work with us and help us get it, continue to make it thrive out there, and wish you the best luck in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Missy.
Thank you.
We have Kenny Boone on the agenda at 10:05. We're a little late. I apologize, Kenny. If you want to come up and state your name, what you're here, what you're asking for, what you're telling us, and yep.
I'm Kenny Boone. I'm representing Maple Ranch. We're just trying to, we started, as some of you know, we build a lot of stuff down there. We do corporate events and do, some family events or whatever, but State Line Road coming off of 52 highway, we've made the traffic population come up, I think, quite a little bit since we've been there. We're kind of done building. I never say we're ever done, but we're kind of done for the heavy building. So, like I said, if we could get the road somehow, what we'd like to do is put it into, to get it paved or chip sealed or however a guy wants to say, kind of figure out, how we can do that. We're more than willing to work with you any way we can. Like I said, we've upped it. We'd probably, I think we ought to do it clear to the bridge because that's what the county, Linn County takes care of. So you kind of silly to run a maintainer down there for less than an eighth of a mile. So, or an eighth of a mile. So like I said, the Illig family is on board with this by far. I'm representing them on this first deal just to kind of get the feelers out there, kind of figure out if we can, what we can. That's kind of where we're at.
What would you guys be willing to, how would this, you guys have an idea?
Talking and I'm just going back. Those who don't know, I've lived in Linn County all my life. Back in the day, I know they'd done some stuff with a 50-50. I'm not, that would be wonderful. I'm not saying that's what you guys kind of decide what you want to do in a way. In my point of view, you guys, and I always use the 1095s as the main roads, but those roads have held up great through the years doing them the way you've done them before. So, I think it's something to look at and play with and see if you guys, any of you guys know have you done any of this in a while?
No, I don't believe we have.
What's your traffic on that road today? Just on average, do you know?
You guys have kind of done, there's been some counters sent out there through the last, like I said, we kind of started this, Jim, before COVID. Mm-hmm. And I know they set traffic counters, the engineer that isn't here any longer.
Jackie.
Yeah, Jackie, they set, so, but it's, there's still quite a little bit, and it depended on, for example, last week we had an 82 person event. So, there's 82 people in cars or whatever, and then plus our staff. Our staff right now is there's 32 of us show up every day. And then during the event, there's right at 50 of us.
You state how many miles of road you're talking? What is it? This is
It's like, it's 2 miles from 52 to the bridge.
okay.
Pretty close, ain't it, Kevin?
Are there any, is this just on your property or is it,
You know,
is it accessing any other?
so we own everything going through there from 52 on to the bridge. And then Paul Hamilton has just a little bit in there, and then it goes into the federal ground all the way through the rest of it.
And yours is all in the Missouri side?
Ours is on the Missouri side.
So let me ask you this, don't take it the wrong way. How would that benefit our county and our, using our residents' tax dollars to pay for a paved road when you guys have kind of like your own city out there, you guys spend a lot of money there?
There's the question that, as far as tax dollars, we try to spend as much.
Right.
Like Stainbrooks is kind of our main go-to over there as far as buying parts and stuff because it's handy and easy. Yes, it's the benefit to the county as far as people driving down the road. I'm not going to tell you anyway. I will tell you there's a lot of people take scrap metal down the state line going to Preston anymore. That's kind of a one-man job every week to go out and pick up a little scrap that's fell off, but that's fine too. Well, like I said, there'll never be any houses on the federal ground. I mean, it ain't going away. Paul's deal down through there, like I said, Paul has a little bit and then it turns straight into the federal.
Sean, you want anything to add? You just see you kind of.
Just Kenny and I have talked, and I wanted to ask him to come here and meet with you. We're not looking for a plan or anything today, but just to give you an idea of what we're talking about and get some sense of direction, because this has come up before. And I didn't want he and I to put a lot of effort into a project and go off a direction that wasn't beneficial and wasn't going to get approved. So basically, if you can give us some thought to it, developing questions for he or I'm sure he's willing to leave contact number, and then at some point come back to us and tell us what we need to come up with a plan that will be acceptable, at least the most acceptable plan for you to look at to see if this is doable. That way we don't go off and spend a lot of time and effort going the wrong direction and not develop something that you're willing to look at. So it's very basic. We just wanted to present the idea and see if we could get some direction and feedback from you. And like I said, if you've got questions for Kenny or I over the next week or two and then want to come back with us, I'm not asking for something today. I just want to get a general direction and a plan of what you need to see from us so that we don't spend a lot of our time going the wrong direction.
Hey, Todd, what do you think it would cost to do something like that on the county? Just say the county took it over. What would it cost to do that entire, prep it? And then,
Prep and everything else.
maintenance.
Took a look at it, Dick and I did, and there's spots in the road that are gonna have to come up maybe 4 foot in some spots just to keep the flooding under control. I'm basing a lot of the numbers that I took off of what Mike did on Radcliffe Road. I use that as my basis because of how high he had to raise that road and everything he had to do to protect it. And what I've come up with is around $1.3 million to $1.5 million with everything asphalt and all that. And that's not manpower. If we did something like this, we would end up having to shut down our county as far as manpower goes, because the prep work alone would take months and months and months.
How many inches of asphalt were you talking?
6 inches, just like we're doing on Radcliffe. And the only reason I say hot mixing that is because last year when I was sitting here talking to Rick and he was talking about chip seal, every county that I talked to, they all agreed that chip seal is a fine to start with, but when you have to go in and repair, you're going to repair with patch anyway. So you might as well just go with that. It gives you the longest life, stands up the hardest, and you guys aren't building now, but you could end up building, and that would stand up to it. And any grain trucks or any hay trucks or anything else that go down that. And the other factor is when snow comes, that would become a road that would have to be pushed. Whereas we only get an inch or two on gravel, we don't sometimes push those. That would be a road that we would now have to go out and push.
What would maintenance look like, something like that? Like I mean, per year, do you know an estimate of what? I mean,
Not really, not 100%. I mean, if it's laid right and done right the first time, maintenance on it shouldn't be very much. But the initial cost is going to be the big, because with the culverts that would need to be replaced, depending on the age and
How often would you have to go back and do something to it, I mean, on the average in Linn County?
if it's probably every 2 to 3 years, you'd need to go out and check for cracks and see if it's crack seal. And if it doesn't, then you can let it go another year. But Centerville Road was done in 2019 and we just chip sealed it last year. That was only a 3-year span. Valley Road going up by Lacine Park is already cracked out. We've got a lot of roads that have just fallen, even fresh asphalt is falling.
So every 3 to 4 years?
Yeah, you're gonna have to go out and do something to maintenance it.
Sean, as far as like the culverts and the bridges and all that, that Missouri inspects that, right? They take that over and inspect it.
The
Right?
bridge inspections are done by Missouri
So
on the state line.
How would that work if, I mean, they had to go through and would they be replacing all that? I mean, how would that work?
No, we're not talking about replacements
I mean,
or
there's
any
something that
cost.
would be redone. I mean,
But it-
replaced when we're doing
No, that would have to be worked out at the time between the Linn County and the township. We maintenance that section of roadway, and in that agreement, I believe the maintenance falls to us, but only the bridge inspection, the yearly or bi-yearly bridge inspections are taken care of by the state of Missouri.
Small bridges or anything that we'd have to redo because of the
I
2-lane?
don't think there's any concrete culverts in there, Jake. They're all just one.
Just,
But there's quite a few culverts on, and then we'd have to add some on, you guys have quite a few field entrances that just come right off the road now. That if we put any form of ditching to control the water flow, we'd have to add culverts to it.
they don't have now.
Right.
And part of the reason, as I said, we came in to have this discussion was, do we ask Kenny to work with me and get an independent bid if we don't have the manpower? I don't know what the answer is, but I want to find the direction so that we can bring back a good number to you and look at this and see from their side and from our side if this is doable. So if it's something we need to look at, and Kenny's got a background in roads and maintenance as well, if we need to look at part of it being independent, all of it being independent, the initial culvert and ditch work being contracted, whatever we need to do to make the project feasible or bring a number back to you to look at is what we're trying to find. And again, I don't know that we're inspecting anything today, but we're hoping that if we get the conversation started, we can develop a plan and then go out and effectively bring you back some numbers that we can all look at. So.
Well, it sounds like we don't have the manpower even wherever we send that to do it, so.
They're asking for direction.
Pardon me?
They're asking for direction. How would we like to see this shaped?
My opinion is, it'd be really hard for me, Kenny, to go ask the residents of the county to use their tax dollars to pay for something like that when we don't have any houses on that road that's going to benefit anybody. And I mean, I appreciate everything you guys do. I know you guys got a little operation going on over here, and so I hope you guys don't take it the wrong way. I would be not really in favor to spend any tax dollars on it. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to you guys doing it if you wanted, but and if it was something that we could just plow or something for you, I don't know what, but it'd be hard for me to be on board with it with you know, us not really benefiting a whole lot out of it and asking our tax dollar or people to pay for it. So,
And I basically feel that same way really as far as putting our money into it, because there's other roads in the county we probably utilize more that we could benefit from. More county people could benefit from.
So, and beyond that, ongoing maintenance as far as having to resurface that road and things that way, you know, what would we be looking for on that as well?
Yeah. Would you guys be interested in looking at ongoing maintenance on it for a while?
Yeah, like I said, we just need a preliminary, we just need to, I'll take all this to them.
Okay.
and like I said, I'm open to all options. You know, if like say you guys wanted to do the entire project and do like some kind of year of
As far
maintenance
as us
on it,
blading the road, to me, I wouldn't have a problem with us blading the road to keep it clean later on. But as far as the maintenance of the road, as far as going and chip and sealing it back and any expenditure on the front end, I don't know that.
with it being a state line, just a mutual agreement, it doesn't really get graded as much as the rest of the roads, correct? Or does it? It does? Okay. It's just depending on what section you are, because I mean, Missouri, they don't grade as often.
The township has different sections, and this section we're talking about is our maintenance area.
So is it set in stone that we've got that for how long? I mean, that part of
It's an
it.
indefinite agreement.
It's an indefinite agreement that's our road to maintenance. Now, that's to maintenance it. Through this project, would we still have to make some notification in the township and say, hey, look, we're going to change road surface and things? And I don't think that'll be an issue or anything for them, but the center line of the roadway over, we've just gone down the line and agreed to certain sections being our responsibility and theirs, but it didn't change the ownership of the
You are
roadway.
the sole landowner on the Missouri side from 52 highway, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's another valid point, and you're kind of talking around it, is that despite the fact that this is our section for maintenance, we don't own this road.
Right.
And so,
As I said, if we came up with a plan, I could meet with the townships or whatever. And I don't think from meeting with them during the maintenance agreement that there would be any issues with them. They don't care as long as that section of roadway is maintenance by us, whether it's minimum maintenance, gravel or hardball. So from what I'm hearing is if we go back and develop a plan with Kenny to look at them putting this in and some type of maintenance, you're still willing to entertain it and we can work on that project in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to, I mean, I think the road looked good paved. I mean, and I'm not opposed to it.
As far as us, like I said, as far as us taking the snow off of it, I don't have an issue with that, but the rest of it, if you guys chose to blacktop it and maintain it, you know, but I don't think it'd be costing us any more money if we had to go blade the snow off of it versus having to gravel it and blade it.
We'd be willing to work with you any way we can, and we appreciate everything you guys do. So, we're open to all ideas of when you want to come back.
That gives me something to. Really good with other guys. It's what.
And by the way, Todd said we'd have to outsource the work anyway, so I mean, that'd be the deal.
I actually drive that road. I actually went out to you guys' gate last night. I always just drive down there and turn around on my side by side. So I like driving it. So, but, yeah, please come back to talk to your people and go from there. So thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you. Thanks, Darth.
All right, Darren, is Darren around? Is there anything that you guys want, before we go to Darren, is there anything you guys, any public comment? Do we have any public comment before we start any discussions on what you guys are here for? Do you guys got any public comment you just want to state? Well, if it's about the senior center, we're going to get into that here shortly, and we can talk then. But if you have anything beyond that you want to say, I don't have no problem with that. Right, but if there's anything else anybody wants to say up here at the podium, public, open, comment, you can, so, but if not, we're gonna go ahead and go with Darren, so.
I just needed 10 minutes of executive session with Sean and Gary
What is it for?
For legal,
for legal. Yeah, sorry.
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session with Darren Wilson for 10 minutes legal with Sean and Gary.
I'll second.
Motion moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
We'll be back at 10:50.
I've still got 3 items from earlier that we haven't gotten to yet. That I want to make sure and get in.
The abatements and- the abatements and then the clerk.
I gotta use the restroom really quick, but I mean, if you wanna, I gotta go. It's just gonna be a long meeting.
I just don't want to lose track of them and not get them done.
Done now, Danny.
It's full.
So I have abatements, there's a couple of skips in numbers there, so it's number 866 through 871, then 873, and 875 through 877. Total change in taxes on that group would be $3,433.86 reduction.
Say the numbers again, David. 866 through 871.
Yeah, then 873 and 875 through 877.
I make a motion that we approve these Adam Bates numbers 866 through 871, 873, and then 875 through 877 for a total of $3,433.86 tax reduction. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Copies. Thank you.
So our 2023 park year in, or year to date in, or report is year to date, we've brought in $29,700 or $479.59. $29,479.59. And our expenditures are $48,159.68 for a loss of $18,680.10. Sean, what do you think we'll start seeing a gain there? I mean, summer months coming. I know it's winter, so
I think if you look at February individually on the loss and the gain there, that there's been some turn to it. So we've even as of February being one of the colder months, the turn has started in that, and I expect that to gradually continue and the loss turn into a gain and then go back after the fall and the yearly totals to average out. So I think we're on track where we should be.
So this looks like we paid some bills in January.
Correct.
Where are we at on the swimming there? Do you know? The swimming pool or the swimming?
Next week, while I'm gone, Sherry and Jessica are going to bring you some RFPs, and we'll open those up. I'm going to ask that you look those over and hand them back to them so that they can qualify those, giving us time to go through and make sure that the bids are because there's multiple ones at one time. The bids are what we asked for, and also that'll give us time to present a funding mechanism for those to you as well after I get back from Florida.
Gotcha. So down here at the bottom it says January contractual includes annual K-Camp insurance of $5,569.08. 2 months of Evergy totaling $2,114.76 and rural water district totaling $1,911.20 due to a water leak. So that's what their expenses were in January is why they're so high, it looks like.
Correct.
I just pulled up last year's report where it showed the whole year, and last year we lost 9,000 in January and 17,000 in February. So this is not unusual to be down starting the year like that. All right. The other thing I had is I had sent out with your email last week. I have an engagement letter with Jared Gilmore and Phillips for doing our audit for the year. And I think I explained a little bit of that when I sent it out, but Deal Banwart Bolton has done the audit for longer than I've been here. They have quit doing municipal audits. This was the firm they suggested, and they've got an agreement with them where the new firm could get all of our old records from them. And Jared Gilmore and Phillips has also agreed to honor the pricing we had with the other firm last year. This would not lock us in for more than this year. So I know Janet and I were looking at some other firms too, and we thought this would give us, if we can get this year's done, we may want to still look around a little bit before another year's audit. But I would like to get approval and signature on the engagement letter today if possible to get this started. And they said they could be here, it's about the third week of May to get the audit done.
How long an agreement do you usually do? How many years?
We typically just do a year to year. It's all we've done.
I don't see a problem with it.
I don't either.
Then that'll be my motion to use the,
Jared Gilmore Phillips.
that's my motion.
I'll second. Any more discussion on it?
Nope.
Motion been second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, I think that's really all the things I needed to bring in for you today. So,
Gary, you got anything?
Yes, I do. I have the mowing contract that's been signed by Scarecrow. You guys need to sign it, so you need a motion to enter into this mowing contract and authorize the chairman to sign.
I'll make a motion that we enter into the contract with Scarecrow for mowing for the county and authorize Danny to sign on behalf of the county.
I'll second it.
Motion been second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Second, I've got a draft of a contract with, yeah, it goes to David. I got a draft of a contract with Randy Page. Randy Page is the gentleman that you met with about hiring to be a construction consultant for us to oversee some of our construction projects that are upcoming. I emailed you a copy of it. I don't know if you all saw it or not, or if you read it. I guess there's two things that I would stress. One is that the job description, as I listed it, I would like to make sure that it's what you want it to be. It says the employee shall serve as county's in-house construction supervisor / consultant with responsibility for assisting our staff and department heads prepare and publicize requests for bids and proposals, contributing to the design process on any potential county construction project, assisting in the coordination of contractors and subcontractors on county construction projects, providing quality control on construction-related work done by contractors, subcontractors, and county employees, approving payment of contractors and suppliers involved in county construction projects, performing county construction projects when it is in the best interest of the county for some or all of the work to be done by employees rather than contractors, and such other construction-related tasks as the commission may assign. Does that sound comprehensive enough and to the point enough for you? And then I've got down here that he would work closely with and report to the Public Works Director, who will continue to be ultimately responsible for the construction projects. He will essentially be in a consulting role, except for those cases when an employee alone or with other employees is directed to, when he, along with other employees, is directed to be directly involved in performing the project. Employee may be called on from time to time to report to the county commission as well. So his line of authority is through Sean, but if we need him to come in and talk directly to the commissioners, he can do that. He will be a W-2 hourly employee. He will pay $30 per hour for work performed. He will submit a detailed timesheet to the staff of Public Works Department every other Friday in coordination with county's pay schedule. As a contract employee, he agrees that he will receive no fringe benefits. Employee will be a part-time employee and will work as needed and as requested by the Public Works Director. However, in no case will employee work more than 40 hours in any work week without prior approval of the Public Works Director. Those are the substantive terms. Everything else is just boilerplate. So if that sounds like what you want, probably a motion to approve offering this contract to Randy Page.
Gary, I've found just a couple
Typos, I'm not surprised.
I just sent a copy to print into the printer here with some corrections.
Because I typed it, so I'm not, I'd be surprised if you didn't find something.
So Gary, say, because he owns his own little construction company, correct?
Right.
How would we deal with him? You know, if his company was able to perform something, would we allow that to happen? I mean, would he be able to?
Yeah, if he's just a DBA. It's just him. And so if I've got some 2 or 3 places in there where I talked about if we decide that a county employee or employees should do the job rather than go to a contractor, he can do it. And he may do it himself, or he may do it with a couple county employees as a crew to help him.
But he'll still, either way, they don't do that.
Or
He'll
just
still be-
contract labor.
He'll still be working hourly. He won't be now, if there's a job and he says, I'd like to subcontract this job from you, well, then, we could do that. But,
Thank you.
it depends on which is most financially beneficial to us and to him and so forth. But, there's nothing wrong with him. He said if he figures he's getting $30 an hour working in his other job, he's going to be happy to get $30 an hour here.
Right.
How you guys feel about it?
I'm good with it.
Me too.
So am I. So I would make a motion that we enter into this. Can we get a motion on it? Is he?
Yeah, I
it's
think
been presented to him.
I think you want a motion to offer him this contract.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we offer Randy Page this contract per the descriptions listed. So
I'll second it.
motion been moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
So Sean, you can begin to reach out to him. And so, let's see if that was everything I had. I am working on the questions we have about the solid waste. I don't know if I said that already or not. About the solid waste contract. I've asked Joyce to get me some additional information I need to determine if there are places in which Arcadia is out of compliance with the contract. As soon as I have that all pinned down with the new information, I'll draft a letter that would go to them, and I'll bring it to you for your approval. And then we'll start the process of seeing. Worst case scenario, we're stuck in that contract until the April of 2025. That's the worst case scenario, which is what, 2 years. But if they're not in compliance with the contract, for one or more reasons, then we can terminate immediately.
I thought it was like 6 months is what I thought it was. What, where's?
Well, it's kind of confusing. It says we can give them a year. Actually, we could get out by April of 2024 if we wanted. We have to give them a year's notice unless we're within 6 months of the end.
Oh.
Then we have to give them more than 6 months notice. And so it's best case, the best case scenario is we get out at April 2024. That's what I meant to say. April 2024.
So while we're talking about that, I reached out to a lady at the Lake Region, or what's it called? The Lake Region Solid Waste Authority, and just kind of talked to her a little bit about what we had going on. She said that KDHE is going to be opening up their doors here pretty soon for a bunch of grants for stuff like that. And that, she said she was going to look into it and kind of inform us. And I don't know, Sean, have you been in contact with anybody from there?
We typically make contact with Shay through Lake Region.
Yeah, that's who I thought, yeah.
And I have not spoke to her on this project yet, until we get some direction as to what we want to do, then we make contact with her.
Do you think we should send her over this scope of work that we had presented to us and see if there's anything they suggest that we can, try to move around and get grants?
I think if you're okay with that scope of work, yes, that would be appropriate. But I also think we need to probably have a short work session and go over the scope of work and make sure that we're all in agreement that this is what we want to fund or try to produce, because there may be some alterations or changes that we want to do to it to minimize the cost or the size of the project.
What is the difference between our landfill and like Arcadia and Iola? Why can they take that and we can't?
They're licensed differently.
They are permitted to do household waste, and we are permitted to do monofill and C&D.
What does it take to get licensed for household waste, or is
It's a
it
lot
just
more complicated.
a lot?
A lot more complicated, and
And it'll take up a lot more space. I mean,
Pfeffercorn said it was more expensive as well
correct.
for the permitting.
And then there also is a region that you have to service, and we are within both Oak Grove and Allen County's region. By the way, while we're on this topic, Allen County, I've had contact with them. They have no contractual agreements. You simply give an application for an account with them, and you go month to month with no minimums, no maximum on your account, and you pay your bill monthly with them. And there is no long-term contract. We are within their 13 region to receive the tonnage quotes that they gave us. So
It sounds like we're getting all this info out there. Sean, when do you want to put together a when do you want to put together a workshop, so we can all talk about this and get everybody's input?
I will be gone next week. So it would have to be the week after, would be the quickest I'd be available, or we'd have to sit down and have discussions on it before I left.
And do we need to know the contract? How we're getting out of the contract, or is that information that we need before we have the workshop?
I told Sean that I thought we ought to know for sure. You're talking about the,
Solid waste contract down at Arcadia?
yeah.
I think that is one issue where we take, because no matter what we do with the landfill, if we reorganize it, we're always going to take our waste out.
Right.
So that is in itself a separate issue.
Okay.
But the discussion that we would need to have about the design and what we would be looking for to grant fund or fund would be separate of that, because you're always going to haul household away from here. That's simply a trucking and fuel issue.
So they would be parallel things, not one after the other.
Okay.
And if we want to have a workshop on it, we can. Certainly, you can have a workshop on it, decide the parameters of it, and then email me and I can get started on that. But again, I'm absent next week, so if you want me present, it'll be the week after.
So would you want to, How would you guys feel about doing one on like April 3rd? That'll give you, so you're not, you're not running in circles when you get back from your vacation, trying to get all these details and info. Would you want to do one on like April 3rd?
That would be just fine.
David, how, you guys feel okay with that? You guys good with that?
I like that.
So anybody that's Al, I guess, and whoever else, we get them all in here during that meeting towards the end, and we'll put in some time and figure it out.
Certainly.
Did anybody, or David, did you have anything else?
I think that took care of what I needed for today. Just a heads up, and I'll send it out with agendas this week, that the appraiser's planning on coming in next week at 10:30 to discuss our 2023 values with you and go through some information on that. She's wanting about half an hour time to discuss all of that.
Sean, you want to go ahead and come on up?
On West Public Works Administrator. I have packets for you. I know you're going to have a discussion on the senior center at Pleasanton. These packets go over costs and some of the past options that we've looked at and possibly other options that are available, but it is very, very basic except for the numbers that I printed out, and I'll go over it with you.
Can we go over that when we get into that discussion with everybody?
Certainly.
Just hold
I
on.
can move on to the next item.
Do you guys think that'd be better? So we can get all input on it?
Met with Gary this week on the right-of-way, and we're going to get started on the process with Hell's Bend. That process is something Jessica and I haven't been through before, but it has to be done in a manner that is prescribed so that we can keep federal funding. So we've got to get that done before the next phase and the letting of the project, which gives us plenty of time to do it. I don't perceive there being an issue, but we're going to begin that process. And as we go through, we will bring things to you in agreements as they are made. I have Todd coming back. He's going to talk to you about the asphalt project. I believe he's already talked to you about the chip and seal projects for this year, but we'd like to go out to bid on an asphalt project, which is what we normally do each year. He's looking at a little over 5 miles. So I'm going to have him talk to you about that. And if you have any questions as far as the numbers or the selection of the roadway, please feel free and we'll answer any questions about that.
Hello, once again. Sorry, I didn't cover this last time I was up here. I would like to go out for bid to resurface Wall Street from 7 Highway to 1000 and Jackson Road, as it would be. It's the second curve to the west, well, fourth curve to the west, sorry. But it's got a lot of alligator cracking, and you've seen where we've patched, Jim, as you drive it more than I do on a daily basis. But the road itself is falling to disrepair, and resurfacing would help it to maintain its longevity. But I want to put a 1.5 inch thick, 1.5 inch thick, 24-foot wide cap on it.
We got money in the budget, I guess, for set
Yeah.
aside for this. We just need to bid for it. Huh?
Yep.
Is it kind of what we did or over there on Ungenauer? Same. So this is this year's, that was last year's, right?
Yep.
What's your estimate on that? Do you know? Yeah.
Last year's was 630,000 for Bettis to do it. They can't give me an exact quote because they haven't got their oil numbers in yet, but he said We can probably expect a 10% increase on that, which 10% would make it around $690,000 to do it.
Is that for the job or per mile or what?
That's for the whole job.
For the
Is
whole
that painting too?
Painting is, we used straight line striping last year and they charged us $16.50 a mile to do it. So when we go out for bids this year, it'll be hopefully around that same price.
I thought they did a really good job over there on
Yeah.
that. It looks,
We've used them for the last couple of years that I've been here.
what kind of warranty comes on something like that?
Typically, they give us about a 1 year because they had some issues up on the Parker Road where they had mud flaps coming off of trucks. And once I alerted Stuart Griggs, which is the supervisor for the area that does it, he went back with the crew and fixed them. And on Ungenhire, where we had a blowout occur after they had laid it, they went in and repatched just north of 400 on the northbound lane. They had a blowout there and they went back and patched it. So
So they're pretty good at responding and
yeah, they're pretty good at responding and they're pretty good. Valley Road and things of that nature, the way they're cracking, if we don't go through and kind of do some prep work ahead of time, the road is what it is. If it's got valleys and they put asphalt on it, the asphalt's going to get valleys back in it. So that's why we went through and we're trying to get Wall Street taken care of because it's got some really bad swags and it still does in some spots.
is there ever any grants that we could apply for that would help with anything like this for asphalt? Do you,
I don't know, but I could look into it, see if there isn't something out there.
what's your thoughts on that?
What are they, we received the grant on the $1 million road study last week.
The grants that we would be looking at would be on critical infrastructure failures, combined roadways between us and what they call a connecting roadway. When those come out, also some safe streets grants, depending on the direction of the road. These roadways, we're picking not because they fit the bill of those things, we're picking them because they're infrastructure in our county that needs repaired. If something were to come along that could be grant funded, we'd look at it and bring it to you individually. But these yearly projects, we're trying to do preventative maintenance and upkeep on. And when we put it out, as far as the funding, when we come back and look at the bids, we would then come back and tell you where that fit into our budget scheme. But as Todd said, commodities, oil and things change. He's trying to get a length of roadway that's going to match what we've discussed price-wise is going to fit into the budget. But in the end, until we get those bids, I can't tell you where the numbers lie.
So on that $1 million grant, if we see roads, connecting roads, even if they're gravel, we could asphalt some. I mean,
I don't believe it
isn't
is a-
with that. It's the next grant would be, right?
Yeah, I don't believe it's affected by what it is currently, but if it's a connecting road and it fits that grant parameters, then we could look at those, yes. Like I said, there's several different types of grants for roadways, but they normally come in short intervals and they deal with a specific type of road, which that report that you're talking about would give us more information and be the first step to being able to apply for those type of grants.
Sounds like you guys already cut it on top of it and checking everything out.
We're trying to get the base work done with some assistance of the region so that when those grants come available, we can apply for them. But as I said, this year, this is specific to maintenance and upkeep throughout the county. It's not necessarily planned because it fits parameters of those.
You guys got anything else for him?
So you're asking to go out for the bid also? No? I don't have a problem with it.
I don't have a problem with it either.
I'm good. Sounds like it needs fixed.
All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Do we need a motion on that, Gary?
Not to go out for bids.
Okay.
I mean, you're welcome to do one, but it's not necessary.
late last week, our trainee in the CDL program was a first round go on both his initial basic CDL test and his air brake. So he has moved on to the second phase of that training with Kevin Amer as far as behind the wheel and on and off roadway. And with the progress that he's made, I expect to see within 2 to 3 weeks him testing out, which will be again same as last time, a couple weeks ahead of schedule. So that process is going well, and I believe this week we also started the employee you allowed us to hire in the North shop that already had his CDL and was a Class A driver. We did have a inspection at Bunker Hill where the inspector noticed a failure. We've got with Johnny, and he is immediately addressing the issue. The issue was mice and their evidence in the building. As you know, during the cold weather, and as Johnny was getting ready to take this process over, apparently we didn't receive any requests, and we've tried to work with that process. But in the next 10 days, we're going to rectify that, and I'll come back to you and tell you once we got through that inspection. But I don't anticipate any issues. I asked not only Johnny to go over and handle it, but then sent Mike over to make sure that we don't have any exterior holes in the building that are allowing them to get into the building and continuing to cause the problem. The new bus was sent out last week for repairs. There was an issue with the rear door or the side door that was an accessible entrance with the lift on it. It had some locking and spring issues. Jessica took it down to the company that we got the truck from, and it was repaired under warranty and put back in service the same day. I believe that's all I had for you today.
You guys got anything?
I don't have anything. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
Thanks, Sean. You got anything else besides?
Just that stuff you pictures.
How do we want to do that?
I could just flash them right up here if you want. I think. Might as well have them.
We gotta. Can we take what do you want to take, like a 5-minute recess, get things orchestrated? I gotta use the restroom anyway.
Yeah.
So I make a motion that we recess for 5 minutes.
I'll second it.
Motion moving, second, all in favor?
Aye.
You have to plug in your computer or anything, or how's that
I
go?
was thinking of just doing it there, but I got there, I turned on the screen. Yeah, that's right. I got one over here too, I don't know, let's see if that's it. That one. See if this is gonna work. Asking for a PIN code. This Chris? Oh, well, you can probably help me. This is Gary Thompson. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to share something from my little laptop to the screen commissioner's room, and it asks for a PIN code. Nope. Literally on the front of the screen. It just says present wireless. Download that. I don't see a PIN code. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, there it is. Showed up finally. What is it?
1935.
It just showed up, just. Thank you.
Here? Give her something to the bank. Okay.
There you go, whenever you are.
All right, we're gonna discuss the Pleasant Senior Center. It's been a long time coming. Sorry for making you guys wait so long today. It's been busy. I went over and took some pictures last week, a few of them, and because I wanted everybody to just kind of see why I've been pushing to move you guys to a better facility. So I guess I'll leave it to Gary.
Well, why don't I flip through them and you describe what you want to describe and.
And this is just me doing it. I didn't do it as a building inspector. I did it as a contractor. I did it by what I could see from my visual eye that I didn't think was sufficient for what we provide you guys. So this is what you'll see. This is the bathroom. Can you guys, everybody see that? Let me turn it just a little bit. These aren't professional pictures. I'm not a photographer. So.
You just broke it.
All right. Sorry.
Well, we know what the bathroom looks like. One of them.
Keep switching.
Huh?
Keep switching to, no, not you, Danny. Can you switch back and forth? There's like multiple. But is it the comp or is it on another one? Is what I'm saying.
Here, he's got.
There we go. It's just open to the
All
right.
right, so narrate and I'll move through them.
So this is just their bathroom, not the kitchen. It's, I don't know if we can put a wheelchair in there or not. There's some vents, I think you guys can tell what's going on there. This is a piece of electrical that's hanging in the kitchen. Just a picture of that's the unit we turn on for air and heat, I believe. It's a vent
Rusty.
that's pretty typical. See those wires running around the perimeter of that wall there at the top? Them are more, the electrical's not very sufficient in there, and those are kind of acting as extension cords running throughout the building to run power from one area to another. And there's a few electrical cords that are on the ground too. These are some doors that I know that we've been kind of just putting up there to help hold heat and stuff in there. I believe that's why it's not on the hinges. This is where they eat. So it's a pretty nice open area. So this is just some covering that's on. So this is on the storage side, or like, what did you guys call it? Storage? Is that what you'd call it? Anything that's not in your guys' community area? Yeah.
Yeah.
So in the middle, there's like where they do their meals, and then around it, you got the kitchen on one side, and on the other side, you have a kind of a little space off the side, and this is there's some leaking. Looks like it's been happened over years. This is the area where it's the rest of the building is used for storage. That's a step. Here's the wiring, and I don't know, I'm not an electrician, but
Which one is that? Is that the basement or is that the one on the top?
it's one on the top. I believe it's by the stairs. I can't remember exactly. I imagine there was something hanging there. I don't know what happened, what's going on there.
It's like those boards you was holding up loose tiles.
There's some extension cords that are running to try to make power, give them power where they need it. This is a hallway. And I don't know if that's mold. I mean, there's a bunch of types of mold. And I don't know if it's the dangerous kind or not. That's not for me to determine, but it looks like a little bit of mold on the wall there. So there's some mold. That paint it's bubbling because there's a little bit of moisture behind it or water's trying to penetrate it.
Where's that?
That's in the basement. So that's the walk down to the basement. There's a little bit of mold in the ceiling there. This is in the basement, mold in the ceiling. So that's the uninsulation ductwork that's running through there that I don't know if it's creating any condensation on it, but I imagine that's why there's a little bit of the white residue on the pipe. Just because typically I think those things are insulated. There's more mold. Yeah.
Yes.
These pictures are in the basement. So that's the furnace. I don't know if that's the running one or not. There's, I think, 4 or 5. Not sure what that is. So this is where some electrical, the breaker box is with some electrical coming in the back of the building. That looks like moisture that was on the wall right there that you can see. It kind of looks. This is just an area that I don't really know what it's used for. Just some stuff thrown in there. This is the along the back wall there, and you can see that conduit line running to help get power to the building. I'm not really sure what this is. Some kind of plumbing stuff. I'm not a professional in plumbing, so. That is. So that's some power running into the building, it looks like. Fuse box.
A little outdated.
That's some ceiling tile that are falling. This room's just that's kind of a storage room, and that's good. I believe that runs to your big bathroom, right? I think that's the hallway off the front door. And I don't know if a wheelchair or anything can get down that and get
Yeah,
in
we
there.
all check.
Yeah, I have a tape measure, so so this is another storage area. more extension cords. I don't know what's going on here. This is, by the back or the side entry beyond the bathroom. There's some screws sticking out of that board that's there for some reason, I'm not sure. Oh, that's a screen door that's open inward, I don't know. That's the basement door with a lock on it. That's another furnace, I'm not sure if that one work, I don't know. So that's the exhaust pipe that is dilapidated, and that's a hole, you see. It's not connected right there. That's where it goes up out of the ceiling. Some tiles. Big commercial stove we got in there. I'm gonna ask you guys, when I was in there, I know the gas bill's more than I thought it should be. And I got a hold of Sean about this. Oh, that pilot on that stove is completely lit. Do you guys use that for anything?
No, we don't.
So that thing's probably been running for years with the pilots. And I didn't understand why we'd have that running and the pilots would be lit. So there's a picture of them being lit. Another furnace, I'm not sure if that one works or what. That's the extension cord to run power to the building or to other parts of the building. There's some more extension cord. And that's their big bathroom. Some more wiring. Remember, this is on the stairs. That's the wiring.
So is the wiring that's ran throughout, is that to run appliances and things that we're no longer using, or is that running?
There's, I don't know if anybody knows where the wiring is coming from or where it's coming. Truthfully, there's extension cords being ran to provide power to certain stuff, and they're kind of laying on the floor and stuff all around it. So yeah, it's hard telling. I think we just had to do what we got to do for so long to get them power. This is the attic. Them are charred boards that are holding up and I guess there's a fire in there. Does anybody know about that? So these are burnt boards there's more wiring.
Knob and tube?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're using that.
I hope not. So then there's some more burnt boards. See it right there.
So is that why the ceiling leaks?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it had to be a long time ago. I've been here for 100 years. I Pleasant, born in Pleasant. I remember the fire.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know that there's just a lot of evidence of charred boards up there and stuff like that. They're 1x4s acting as a support for the trusses, more mold. This is outside. It's not bad. It's a little bit of holes in the. This is the awning they have out back.
You got to put the button under there when they get electric wheels. That light runs all the time. You should turn that off.
So these are some of the condensers on work. I'm not exactly sure. Sean or somebody might know. This is some of the guttering that's ran underground. And that's a stoop that's dilapidated pretty bad. The concrete is. The city of Pleasant asked me if that goes into their sewer, and I couldn't answer them, so I don't know where it daylights at. This is on the side, bunch of broken concrete stuff, storm windows. I'm not sure what that one is. So that's their awning out front, kind of beat up a little bit. That post right there is not holding nothing up. You can move it. The windows are rotten up front. It's upstairs, the wood windows. That's the front of it, the side of it. But I think there's a picture there, some the shingles are coming up a little bit still.
That's the last one.
So that's where, I just want everybody to see that because that's what I'm, making my decision on wanting to move you guys, not because I don't care about your happiness. I want what's better for you guys and us and the county. I know it's been kind of a rocky road for us, but it's not I'm not here to try to just change everything on you and move you out of there just because I want to. I assure you it's not. I don't think it's healthy to have you guys in that building. That's, at the end of the day, that's my opinion, so.
Where are you thinking of moving it?
Well, there's a few options being thrown out, so we can all discuss them.
Do
So
they have something
But Danny,
that
why
they
do you
want
have
to
to
say?
put some money into that?
we have, Sean has it right here. I'm gonna ask him.
Put this there, he's never last year. I mean, those bars hasn't been there just over the last, a year or two. That's been going on for a long time.
I know that, and that's why I'm trying to give it the time of day and the attention that it deserves, and you guys the same, so.
So what is it that you're looking for as the people that are, can you tell us about your senior center?
Yeah, our senior center is a really nice place. If you would just put some money into it, you're gonna have to put money into something. You're gonna have to buy something or. I don't know.
We want the people to know you're.
Oh, well, anyway, I mean, you're gonna have to put money in something. So why not just take some money and put it in our building?
Well, I think that's a possibility, and I think the building was built in 1916. I've seen a stone.
No, it was built in 18.
Oh, okay.
1918.
Okay. Well,
1918.
there, I would assume there's asbestos and lead and stuff all on the tiles, things like that, the concrete block in the basement. That stuff would have to be, an abatement company would have to come in and do that. There's a lot of stuff that would need to be done.
I doubt if there's any insulation in there.
But I know that some of it's burnt. I could see it on some of the pictures, but that's what I'm trying to get at, Rosalie, is I think it's going to cost too much to try to do something with that building. And it's not sufficient for what the money that we have to put into it a month for the few hours a day that you guys use it 5 days a week. I want to get you something cheaper on the county and everybody that looks better, that doesn't cost as much upkeep, and you guys can still call it your own. So
And it's safer.
it's safer, yeah. Well, we're gonna get there. Sean, do you want to come up and talk some more about this? About, what you have for cost and stuff?
I gave you a packet. As I said, it's very basic. At the top sheet is going to be the February 2023 expenditures. The second is a divider. Page number 3 is what we spent so far just in our maintenance section this year. Below that, you're going to see a sheet that is 2022 that gives us a full 12-month. And I totaled the items below that you see highlighted below that fourth sheet. I totaled all that out for 2022 in maintenance and expenditures for the building. I estimated it was $12,347.88, which comes out to just north of $1,000 a month in utilities and cost and maintenance for the building. The only thing I didn't know on some of those underneath that sheet, there appear to be some costs that are jointly shared, maybe insurances or other things or fire inspections, but David would have to talk about that. I just couldn't divide out some of the items, but certainly with what's on there that I could divide out, it's over $1,000 a month that the building we're spending in maintenance and utilities and upkeep. Below that, you'll see the old HVAC bids. First, there's some photos of all the units. The first photos, the units out back, you'll see, I believe, 3 condensers out back. None of those are in operation. The second is a air unit that's in a window or boxed in for the kitchen area. It is in operation. And the third one's the most recently replaced unit. And I can't tell you, it's been replaced since I've been here in the last 2 years, but I can't tell you exactly when it was put in. Believe it was early on when I first came. And that's what's sustained between the air unit that's in the wall in the kitchen and that outside unit is what sustained the building, because the other 3 units, as you'll see below that, we bid out to replace, and you'll see a past bid from Weber and from CDL on air unit replacement, and those were quite pricey to replace all of those units under the existing, I guess, the existing diagrams, and just replacing condensers and units and using the existing infrastructure and vent system that's used, conduit. So past that, you're going to see the options that we've considered and that have been discussed. The first is a picture of the community building there in Pleasanton, which was a discussion about a joint effort between the county and the city of Pleasanton. There's also a picture of the health department and a floor diagram behind that. That was a discussion at one time, and it was designed to, in a storage area, build an area for the seniors in that building. And the third is just a picture of a building in Pleasanton that's up for sale. That's our third option. We can either rehab, looking at these costs, we can rehab the building that's there, and I cannot speak as far as the price or the cost of the rehab for the existing building. We can look at moving, which we have looked at and tried to accommodate in the past, and those discussions have fallen through. Or we can look at completely buying another structure that's more suited in that area and fitting it to the building needs for the seniors. But I'd look for direction from you with these numbers, or if there's anything, again, this is a very basic information. If there's anything else you need for consideration, please ask myself or Joyce and we'll get it to you.
I've a,
What was the third, what's the building?
here, I'm gonna talk about it. I'll talk about it with you. So our first option was the Pleasanton, and I think that thought we were gonna have to put there's 2 rooms back there. One's a storm shelter, one we would have your kitchen stuff. We'd still have a little bit of build out to do there to make it work for you guys. I think Sean and I looked at it last week again, and it's my opinion that I don't think that's probably the best option. I think we have another option. I'll talk about it, but there in the storm shelter, we'd have to put in 2 separate HVAC systems, I believe, to keep both rooms going. And then they still wouldn't have a place, like they'd have to put their tables and stuff inside of a shelter. There's no natural light. There's nothing really. I mean, we had to do a drop ceiling. There's quite a bit of work that still need to be done. And then, I think the last thing I want to do is, them not feel like they don't have their own place. So
that would be a combined space usage.
yeah. So, I mean, they could be in there when there's parties going on, and I know they don't want that. And, I don't want people invading them or them having to pick up their tables every single day and put against the walls, so that if there is a storm or something and the community has to come in, that their stuff is, out there in the open and could be messed with. And so, I mean, I don't think that's the best option we have. I still feel that was a better option than the health department, though. Moving you guys all the way out there. I know that's been thrown around a lot. So I feel like the Pleasant Community Center was a better option than that. I had reached out to Doug and Becky Grant. They own the old Mead Malls building there on the corner. And so I got a few pictures, not very many. They're in Pleasanton, it's red, it's a red building right on the corner. Their asking price is, 85,000. And here's a list of stuff they've done in the last few years. In 2022, they put a brand new furnace, AC. 2019, the roofs got sealed. 2019, painted inside. 2019, back AC serviced and work order with Krista's took over. 2019, hot water tank replaced. In 15, they paid in the outside again, or before that. 2015, bathrooms updated with heaters. 2015, lighting replaced, upgraded LED. 2015, they installed drop ceiling installed in the lobby. 2015, electrician identified and fixed all wiring issues. 2015, updated weak breaker and panels. 2015, outside lights were upgraded to LED. 2015, camera system hardwired, but can't guarantee the base until it's still working condition. 2015, French doors on the east side of the building. 2015, replaced industrial tiles in lobby, hall, and bathrooms. And then 2015, removed all barnwood interior and replaced with new insulation and sheetrock. And the average gas bill with someone staying there, because their son is a veteran and he's actually staying in the building right now, and just kind of until he finds something. But they're actively trying to sell it. The gas bill a month is averages $225 per month with him staying there, and then the average electric bill is $250 per month. So, and that's about half of what we're paying now on both somebody there full time. So I think for this month, are these this month, Gary or David?
Yeah, that was the bills we just paid.
So the bills we just paid at the current elderly center is the insurance is 1,522, but that's per year. The electric is 406.23. The gas was 498.47. And then I went to the city of Pleasanton doesn't charge us any water there unless we use over a certain amount. So I mean, I don't believe it's been charged since I have the record. I think 2018. So so there are a few utilities that were paid last month. So
you're willing to pay $85,000 for a bill for us to go in?
that's what we're trying to discuss right now and determine. Trying to get anybody to
$85,000 would go a long way in the building we are.
we just spent 52 or 6 on an awning. I don't think it will be. That's just my opinion though. Trying to, in the construction industry, things are pretty high right now. This building's almost, I think I have pictures of it.
So
Walking ready.
is it ADA compliant? Are we gonna have any of the same issues?
Building is that you got to walk through the whole time.
I'll show you some pictures inside.
Is the bathroom handicap accessible?
Yep.
I don't know.
Either one, huh? It's not on step. You what? There's no step.
So this is the inside right now. Like I said, he's staying there, but we take some of that. This is the whole inside as you walk in the door. A big walk-in already has all the exits on it.
Could you send that to Gary and have him put it up there?
Yeah, I know. And this is this is just like
A bar.
the bathroom. You just go here. Yeah, and this is the bar. I think we tear a few doors out there. Let me see if I thought I took more. Gary, I'm gonna send you over an email or try to figure this out, how to do it. Has 3 pictures in it. They're not the best. Those. It should be, it should have sent. Sorry, I'm trying to send some pictures over to Gary so he can try to show you kind of what, they're just very basic pictures, so.
How long do you think it's gonna take to get remodels ready for us?
I mean, the building's pretty much,
Well, we had the kitchen.
right, yeah, it went, not a lot. Less than the community center in Pleasanton. For sure. There'd probably be some basic stuff that our maintenance guys would have to probably do. I think there's some light, you'll see if we can get it, there's some light fixtures that they just kind of added to it, but it's at her, veteran son staying there right now, so they've done a few little things to,
Well, see, sometimes like on bingo day, we can have up to 21 people.
yeah, the front of that's,
We have to have.
it's very big. It's almost, I think it's probably bigger than what you have now.
Really?
Yeah, the ceiling's not as high.
Yeah, the front of it is about as large as the room that we're in right now. I don't know what the kitchen area is, the area right there. We took everything out.
But there's still a bar and everything there. We removed one wall.
There's still what?
There's still a bar there. And really all we have to do is remove one wall.
I think it's sad, I paid $85,000. Who is anybody carrying it? Do we have a broker or something that,
Is there a real
or
estate
are you
agent?
just paying flat out?
They're selling it in-house.
For sale by owner.
Do what?
For sale by owner.
It's not gonna call me walls, is it? No, you don't see it, you know, just think it's weird. Oh, it's me, okay, that one,
Yeah, that's their bathroom. That's the bathroom
and you
going,
say it's big enough that it's in a wheelchair, yeah.
I'm not, like I said, I'm not sure about that. I know that it was a restaurant at one time and I'm sure people with wheelchairs were able to get in there. And it's not,
Oh, wow.
there's the open area in the front.
Uh-huh.
There's the bar, there's that wall behind it, there's that one where that fridge is against. I think we could take those out and that'd be an all big open space. You tell us he's watching TV back there, he kind of has that as his own little room. I didn't want to invade his space and take pictures of everything, so I didn't get some really detailed. And Gary, I sent you another email that had two more in it. The very back, that's more of just space.
So about the other question we have is, the bathroom wheelchair system.
And there's two there. I think one of them they converted into a shower bathroom area because it used to be.
Testing? Yes, okay.
Noon whistle.
Okay. Is there
So this is,
any way that we could go in there and keep this place? I'm just out of curiosity, because like I said, I've been fitting in this place.
I mean, I don't think, I can't speak for Doug and Becky or their son, and,
You know, if there's somebody living in there.
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they wouldn't mind. Maybe if you guys had one representative and I could reach out to him and talk to him, and maybe if you guys had somebody or two of you wanted to walk through it, I could walk through it with you or whatever, Sean.
Walk through, switching up the bathroom.
So,
What's your plan for the other building?
well, we don't have any plans. That's what we're discussing today. I just wanted to try to get all the facts out there and we discuss it and try to start moving in the right direction.
Well, after seeing the pictures of the senior center, I'm surprised we're still there.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. It's very, we basically only use, that one and two rooms. We use the big room and of course the restrooms, but those other places, there's one small room that we use for storage, to store things that come down from the highway.
Right.
And other than that, we don't use those other rooms, but that's, our question is, why couldn't we just shut off all those rooms that we didn't use?
And I think that's kind of what's happened, and that's kind of, you can kind of see what,
Yeah.
you know, there's no air moving in there, it's creating mold.
Right. Right.
It's falling down.
We don't even have furnace.
Did we have any estimates on rehabbing the community center?
No, no.
Did we have any estimates on rehabbing the community center, what it was gonna take, what we were gonna possibly have to spend? Any ballpark numbers?
No, I don't believe we took that project to the point that we would have hard numbers.
Okay.
I believe the discussion ended with whose responsibility in the partnership was what, rather than the hard numbers of it. And as one of the ladies was saying this morning, our maintenance personnel is over there because there's a heat issue in the building and they came in and it was cold this morning. So they're working on the heating unit as we speak.
And I can't speak from, because I don't know anything, but I mean, with one unit running in there, it's trying to keep up that entire building, and that's my opinion why they keep going out, overworking it, and that's why electric's too high, or it's, you know, a factor in it, but.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Of those three choices, which would be the largest?
The
Uh,
Nemo's would, I mean, your current,
Say Nemo's would be the largest one of the three?
The three possible places they'd move.
like the largest area,
Yes.
I believe so, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, for sure, I think.
And the least renovation?
Very much so, the recent renovation.
I haven't been in it, but it does offer, or that solution, I've not been in that building, but that solution
5,100.
does offer
Utility savings.
more for not only space, but more individual space instead of combined space usage, because the other options that we looked at are shared building.
And I feel,
We could go into, I think, when they built that community building, I thought it was in the contract that the tornado shelter had to be used for tornadoes only.
I can't speak on Pleasant. I don't know what they had going on. I know it was supposed to be built for the elderly and the food service, but I can't speak on that. I have no idea.
But the tornado shelters.
I don't
But
know.
I was at the meeting, so.
That's right.
I know that there'd still need to be electrical drops made so you guys can plug stuff in that room. Drop ceiling, HVAC. There's no natural light. I mean, you guys would be in a box. And, you know, I wasn't trying to shut you guys in a box. I was trying to get you out of the situation you're in right now. So, which I think is way better than the health department. I don't think that's feasible at all.
Well, we have a person that I don't think could ever make it out to.
Yeah, right.
You know, we have some, we have lost, he's blind, he has a dog. I don't think-
So it needs to stay in the downtown area.
Yes, Ben, Nemo's, he can make it, because he goes to the library and there, so that's right there.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's another thing we have to think about. Since I'm exercise, you know, they really get to the space, which I think Nemo's, he would make fine. But I really would like to know, I really would like to go in and see it, though. I mean, just,
No, for sure, for sure.
yeah, if we could just set up the time, you know.
Yeah, if you guys could get me some contact info for one or two of you, and I would like to go through it in a little more detail also with you guys and just kind of look at it. That's all right. And if Sean wants to go, he can go. It doesn't matter to me.
And it'd be water set, you know, when it rains, water you run into it.
Into the parking lot or into the building?
I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's happening now. I don't know. Like I said, that they didn't put none of that in there. So
Show you that, you do that.
I know we spend some good money on gravel over there where you guys are because the cat's next door. So
You know, when they put the new building up? No, we're all for the cat.
So what are our issues with that building? Making sure that the restrooms are adequate?
and you know, and I don't know the laws for the to be compatible with, you know, the regulations of ADA or whatever, but I know they're big enough where you could put a wheelchair outside the door, some kind of grab handle and sit down. I know they're not huge, but I can't tell you that and I don't know how that all works. I don't have all the details. I'm just bringing a little bit of options that I do
I
have.
think you probably want to look at whether there could be restructuring done to,
Expansion.
yeah, to
I
warrant.
know that it used to be a men's and a women's, and I think they turned one of them into like a shower area bathroom, and the other is still the toilet and the sink. So, I mean, I think one wall and you'd have a long, but
Take the shower out and just make one bathroom.
so I think there's a lot of options.
For a wheelchair?
36,
Well, that's normal.
33 is normal, right? 32?
32, 32. 36 is your big walking doors.
Take this back to our version that's head over to Nancy. And then, I can tell her maybe to get in touch with you to where you could set up a place where we could go and view this room.
I have her contact information. I can work with Danny and Nancy and make that communication pretty easy.
Okay.
And there's still a lot of unanswered questions. I know that you guys want all of them. We don't have them right now. I wanted to give you guys options and let you know that I care about you. We all do. So, and I know there's been a lot of talk that we don't. We're just trying to shove you guys somewhere, and that's not the case at all. Those pictures are pretty evident that there was an issue, and it's been like that for a long time. So, we want what's best for you guys. So.
Well, we can go back and talk to Nancy and then have her get in touch with.
Sean, she's got my number.
Okay. Does she have your number?
Yep.
And we'll tell her the options.
What do you got? You got any discussion on it? Jim, what do you think?
I don't know. I'd like to know what it'd take to get it up to
Code?
code.
What, the current building?
Yeah, now this building here, if we look at it, what it's gonna take to get it to where it's usable for us.
I don't think, I mean, just by, glancing at it, it's pretty capable right now. I know that those doors are big enough. You don't need a wheelchair lift to get, or a ramp to get into it. But beyond that, I'm not a professional in that.
I would say if we set up a walkthrough that and I hate to mention this without him here, but I'll call him and see if he's available, but Randy would be a good person to bring with us for those building
You're
and
talking about which Randy?
Page.
I think you're
Yes.
talking about Randy.
Randy from the fire department.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think.
I thought we were on two different.
I think looking at any occupancy and compliance issues that we should have somebody that knows a little bit more about those issues than what we
I think you want to
do.
include Randy Page
We'd
too,
want him there too, I would think.
and because he can help you get an estimate of what it's going to take.
That's correct.
A lot of people to get going. I don't think they're going to be opposed to, we get on it pretty soon, like.
If you'll give me their contact number or email it to me, I'll make arrangements and get everybody together. I think both Randy's and yourself and their representatives are probably more important than me being present. So if it's during the time that I'm gone, I think we still set it up. I'm construction wise and things, I'm not going to be of any assistance to you as far as the mobility and moving the infrastructure over, then that's probably the part I'll play.
I messaged the owner and asked him if we could bring a group of people, so we'll see kind of what they say. So I don't
Okay.
think it's going to be an issue, but I guess.
Yeah, I think addressing those issues, the expansion of the bathrooms, the wall to the kitchen, anything else that you see in there when you're looking at that we're going to have to change, getting a game plan together as far as we're going to spend on making it ready for them.
That's 85,000 plus. All that stuff.
Well, and that's their asking price.
That's asking him.
That doesn't mean we have to offer 85 necessarily, but
Well, I hope they come down.
me too.
What's the option with the building where they're at and tear everything off that we're not using? I mean,
I
nothing
mean,
there.
not my personal opinion is hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
I mean, I think just abating I'm sure the tiles and everything have asbestos in them from being so old, the tiles on the ceiling. That's just my opinion though. I mean, I haven't assessed all that, so.
I don't do construction, but having been in the building and looking at the air and the heat units and the damages, and from having done a few projects, I don't believe there's any way you could rehab that building for this cost.
I don't either.
I don't think it's, the two are comparable.
But when do you think you're gonna decide this?
I think we still have a lot of work to do behind the scenes. So I don't think I can give you a date. Like Sean's going to be gone, things like that.
I think our biggest problem is that for almost 3 years, we went through this. And I think, if you're all lucky enough, you're all gonna be senior citizens here pretty soon. And you're all gonna have a place to go, a nice place. I just feel like, we've just drug on and drug on. Please just make a decision.
I don't think I see what you're saying, but I think we're just trying to get the best possibility solution for you and everybody else involved in the county. And
I'd be
We're not gonna,
interested to see what, the other buildings look like that have senior citizens in it. I know there's a basement, about any place in town, probably over here is the courthouse. You can probably find the warranty is bad, but we're gonna do you're gonna do what you want to do anyway, so. But just please hurry up and do it, so. Make, be out on my land hall. We've been out.
fair enough.
thank you guys for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for listening.
We've got to change that name. Me, Mom, Senior Center.
Which I think we're going to figure out when we get something set up so they can let their tenant know and just showing up. So
Sounds good. I think we're moving in the right direction.
all right. Next item on the agenda is to review review tabled items. So we had a list of them if you guys want to talk about any of them.
I just added a couple of things on the table items during today's meeting. One of them being a senior center. I didn't see it specifically listed on there. And then a plan for the health department on what direction you want to go there. So the only updates I made to it at this point.
I think the employee compensation thing,
Needs to move up.
I think it needs to be our next big priority. I mean, I
That-
think it's,
The health department's pretty pressing with our current situation as well, wouldn't you say?
I agree with that too.
So you want to try to tackle both of those at the next meeting?
Well, I sure think we need to do something on the health department, decide which direction we're going there for sure.
What do you guys want to talk about? I mean, what do we,
what do we need to see
What
to
do we
make a
need to see?
decision?
How are we gonna construct it? Are we gonna, what's our expectations? What's our goals? Where we each stand? Jim?
Talking about employee compensation first, or when you split it up and do each one separate? Don't we?
I think some of the big enough items that,
Yep. So what do we need to see for the employee compensation? We've got David's plan that he presented to us. What else do we want to see?
I don't know.
Is there a framework there that works, or does it not work?
Gary, what do you, or, I keep calling you Gary. David, what do you think our biggest, I mean, we've had, and I could be talking, don't quote me, but 26 people that's left us this year. So I think that,
Over the past 12 months?
is that about right, David?
I think that's about what we had on that list. You know, there are various reasons on there. It's not all just money at all. But I do know that if you're looking at particularly issues Kevin's had in his department with salaries and public works, that's something that comes up, is the amount of salary is lower than some of the areas around. I've had people leave, but there's been other issues with theirs. I had one that told me that she's going to make a lot more money where she went than where she was with me. I've got another one that said it is more money, not a lot more, but they are moving on to other jobs that are paying better. I question on one of those two how much it pays enough better to be worth the difference in benefits, but that's a decision employees have to make too. But I do believe the pay is a part of the issue.
Well, and you had it set up as $1 per hour.
That was
You
one
did that base so that we could bring up the low end.
Yeah, instead
A
of
little
a
more.
percentage, I was looking at dollar amount, which I used $1 an hour in that example. But to do that across the board instead of doing a percentage, because I think when you start looking at percentages, then you get into the people that are already making more money are gonna get a bigger increase than the ones that are at the bottom of the scale. And I would rather move the scale up by $1 instead of making that gap wider between the higher and lower paid employees.
So, I'd agree. I think salary's a big one. What else? Work environment?
I think there were some work environment issues that came up on some of the, I don't have that list in front of me, the
So,
ones that left, but that's something I can get back out to you guys if you
so
want.
I think that stuff's going to come back into the, if we can put together that employee survey and make it confidential and get open responses to it, that's going to plan out and map out how we can change that. When I look at employee compensation, I think that what we're looking at doing is just a step to show the employees that we're not just forgetting about them. This change, Sheriff Friend, right, isn't going to fix everything,
It's a good start.
but it shows them that we're working towards something and we're giving them something in good faith to try to start down that road. The spreadsheet that David passed out included the commissioners. Is that how you guys think it should be handled? Because that would be a rather hefty raise for the commissioners.
Well, we've, I don't think give me one second.
You're fine.
We've and I don't know where you are compared to other people, but I know that the commission itself is, we've, turned down our raises, or, whatever, haven't we? I mean, I think last.
Some of the time, yeah. There have been, I don't know, 2 or 3 years that I can remember that the commission has agreed to do a cost of living and made a motion to do that except for the commissioners. So, I mean, there's nothing that says you couldn't do something different on your own salaries or others for that matter.
I mean, I guess it goes into, the work environment and then how we, what our expectations, our structure, how we're gonna do it. I mean, I mean,
I think that shows them that if we don't include ourselves, that shows them that we're more worried about them than we are ourselves.
I don't think we should include ourselves.
I'm of that opinion too, Jim.
But I'm also, I'll tell you what, we gave the 5% pay raise, and right there, we're starting this in the middle of budget time. I'm not certain I'm ready for it right now either. We got a budget coming around again, and once we do this, it's on next year. I mean, it just continues. I'm not saying that.
I
We
think,
can't take a look at it, but I think we ought to wait till budget time. Because we've got a budget set. That's why I feel, but as far as if we choose to, I don't think we should raise our pay.
you don't think we should?
I don't think we should.
So what happens when we can't perform the jobs that we're required to for the county, then what? Because we're losing employees.
He's saying he's for us.
I think, you're just talking about our raise only.
Packers only, but
Okay,
I'm not certain I want that. The other thing, it's just like I talked to people about, the county attorney. We had it set up to take Fort Scott's, and all we did was end up costing Fort Scott more money. And we still didn't get a county attorney, so we didn't solve the issue there. It isn't, I'm not saying it isn't partially about money, but a lot of it isn't about money. There's a lot of issues here, and I think if we raise our pay $4 an hour today, if we raise $4 across the board, Miami County will raise theirs 5 or 6 because they can. When we're sitting with one thing here, and that power plant's the only thing that keeps this county alive.
I agree, and we have no plan for it afterwards. I mean, we have no direction after.
That's what concerns me, guys, is if we just keep stringing ourselves out here and that thing's gone. And I'm not against a pay raise, but if we're against the pay, if we give a pay raise, show us how that's going to benefit the county, to off the pay raise. Can we cut a job to make a pay raise?
Well, I think that's where that lies on us to figure out exactly how we want every department ran. Make sure everything's making sense. The things we're spending our tax dollars on, I feel.
That's what we're looking at. I mean, we're looking at that with the airport. We're looking at it with the landfill. We're looking at where we can cut money, right?
Yeah, but I think we need to look at it, countywide. I mean, I think there's a lot of issues we talk about, we don't just table them, never talk about them again, and next year comes around.
Well, I mean, we're headed in the right direction on this stuff. I think we're talking about some things, but what I'm getting at is if we just continue to build government, it just takes more money. And we don't, and our younger generation, I mean, there's people leaving this county right now.
So
That's, that have good jobs. They're leaving. So are we just gonna continue raising our taxes in the county?
I'm not in favor of raising taxes.
You go to Miami County and listen to everything that's happening to them right up there. There's a lot of unhappy people in Miami County right now because of their tax evaluations. And I think they stayed
Their valuations or.
Well, it started out as evaluations.
But I mean, they had seen, 10 years of increases year over year until this year where they stayed flat, and they've stayed flat because their valuation increased enough that they were able to continue.
I don't know what's irritated them really, but there's a lot of irritated people up there.
There are. And I would say, I mean, if you look at the number of paid under protest and appealing their taxes and things that way, you can see more unrest here than what we've had in the past.
We signed a pretty big bunch of abatements the other day. So, like you said,
I mean, but how do you make it, I mean, we talk about high taxes for the individuals, but how do we don't offer anything in this county for them to pay. I mean, yeah, I mean, I get why they're mad, but what do they pay for? An airport that they can't use? How do we make it justifiable to pay those taxes? What do we do on our end? We can't just sit idle.
well, I think we're working in the right direction with the airport, looking at the airport, looking at the landfill. We're looking at ways to cut money, cut expenses.
Out of the operating budget. What else do we need to see on employee compensation to be able to? Make decisions on it? I mean, David's proposal is basically funded out of the excess that we're going to be over budget on.
Prisoner housing was,
Yep.
I just don't understand how we can they're gonna rely on the jail when he can't get employees, and but yet we don't give him the employees he needs to utilize it to the fullest.
That's another question. If we utilize the jail to the fullest here, and you guys can answer this if I'm wrong. If we use up all of our federal prisoner, and Kevin, maybe you could answer this too. If we use up all of our federal prisoner to where we take in the income on that, that's automatically gonna make us go refinance our bonds because they're interest-free bonds.
Yeah, but if you get charged 40,000, I'm not even know the numbers, but say you have to pay 40,000 to make over $1 million. I mean, that's a no-brainer to me. I don't know, the numbers aren't even
Who knows what the
close.
bonds are gonna be? I do know interest is a lot higher today than it was 3 or 2 years ago, a lot higher when you go to the bank.
And I think that's something that Joey needs to come in here and talk to us about. I don't think I don't know if it would, Kevin, do you got any input on that?
Yeah, I recently met with Joey and Max. Max is his boy, and he'll be taking over that business someday, I would assume, just based on their relationship. And I provided them all of my budgetary data and things like that so they could make some reasonable assessments on some of that stuff. Of course, I'm not a bond expert by any means. Joey's been very helpful to me, and I've of course, asked him to come in and talk to you guys at one point. Joey just relayed to me recently that, we're good for the next 3 or 4 years. Have a 4-year contract with the marshals. They'd like to go ahead and have me fulfill their contract today and bring 40 in-house. And that's quite a few dollars. I don't have all those numbers in front of me today. I've passed those out to you before.
If you don't fulfill that contract within the 4 years, do you feel, your personal opinion, do you feel like that they would come back to us and want the same contract or more if we couldn't?
See what you're saying, but what I'm saying is if that thing shuts down, that's what I'm saying. I know what you're saying there exactly. We're low.
Yeah, I can't answer what they would do in another 4 years. We stretched that out as far as we could just to have some safety.
Does it irritate?
Whenever you scatter it out clear across everything in the county, when you got more revenue coming in from different areas, you aren't so concerned about something.
He's trying to explain the jail that we need to listen.
I know, I'd like to hear his thought on it too. I mean, I think everybody, that's why I came to you guys for compensation. I mean, realistically, I could come in here with a bigger budget in June. But I think there's other reasonable ways to probably look at this. And there's 3 of you and 1 of me. So that's why I brought the problem to you, because I feel like, when it comes to compensation and being competitive, I think that has to get looked at as the government, not just the sheriff, but the legislative crew. When we do it at the state level, the legislative crew looks at that and, they come up with those competitive rates so we can get the right people in the right position. And we talk about, I know Danny was talking about losing, in the past 12 months or whatever, 25, 26 employees. But I think, if we're more at a competitive rate, we chance to lose, fewer of those employees. Or maybe we're able to hire a different quality of employee once we get to a more competitive rate. I can tell you right now, I haven't had a certified law enforcement officer apply at my place in some time, over a year and a half, maybe. They ran into this exact anomaly in Crawford County, where they had to make some serious changes through their government because their sheriff hadn't had a certified person come in as a law enforcement officer for some years. So the trade is, I have 2 right now that I'm getting ready to pull, and I'll put them in law enforcement positions, and I'll be sending them off to an academy for 14 to 16 weeks. And there's a lot of dollars in downtime there in training measures. So I think if we look at a competitive rate, we find people who might want to come back to Linn County or move to Linn County. And I think those things are only advantageous for Linn County if we can get families surviving here on reasonable rates and, with competitive salaries. And our benefits are uber good. I think, that project has been tried and it's true. It's been tested. We have great benefits for our people. But one thing that I run into, and I think David would probably agree, is a lot of our people who do leave say, especially my younger folks, and I'm not picking on the youth because I started in this career at 20 years old.
Benefits don't matter.
They say the benefits don't pay my rent. They don't get my gas money to come to work, things like that. And it makes me sad because I look at the benefits and say, wow, we got a great system going on. But when their paycheck's small, that's what they see. And I think it's unfortunate, but sometimes folks don't look at the overall, of what your overall package is. But I would say this too, the places around us are, especially in the law enforcement side, our benefits are in the law enforcement sector, not in, say, jail or dispatch or those types of disciplines that work under me. I think that what we're seeing is that the retirement system here, there's not a law enforcement officer in eastern Kansas that's going to come to work under a Capers retirement system because KPNF is offered everywhere else, and it's paramount in comparison when it comes to what the younger guys are coming into, guys and gals who are coming into the law enforcement sector. They won't look at Linn County. I interviewed a 21-year-old who's still in college last week, and those people will utilize Linn County. I would send a person like that to 14, 16 weeks of academy, and they will step outside of Linn County after their first year of employment to go chase the better retirement system. So we see a lot of things happening like that. And when as a decrease in compensation right now, we're somewhere in the law enforcement world, 24% or more at a disparity in Linn County. So I say if you're going to do a project for compensation, it's a multi-year project, and you look at it, David's plan is brilliant. I didn't think about it. I was talking about taking out line item 1 in the matrix. Everybody goes up 8%, but David's plan actually helps the people who need the help and more, right? And it's your lower lined employees, everybody from realistically matrix level 10, 11, probably 11 or 12 and down. It's going to help those folks more than anybody. And we have a load of people from that lowest matrix level up to probably a 10. We have a load of employees in there. And I think that dollar, if that's the amount, if it's $1 an hour, that helps them more than anybody else in Linn County. And I understand that, we kind of have a deal going on in Linn County where the matrix level for some has been moved. We don't start people always at an A anymore. There's on my matrix, there is a where other divisions or departments start. And that's not how we work ours. I stay to the matrix. I do that because the county approved that. That's what the deal is. The only way I'll grant more than a starting position of an A is if you have years of service behind you. If you have 4 years of service and you come to me and you've worked at the Osawatomie State Hospital, that's my number one place to hire jail staff from. If you have 4 years of employment there and you've been doing a similar task, I'll bring you in at a 9, I think it's a 8D. I think that's where you come in with 4 years. But there's other divisions of Linn County who start way down the line. And it's not fair to make it different for other divisions and then expect other offices to have to follow the matrix. And I do it because it's the right thing to do. But yet we've altered the matrix. And if we're going to alter the matrix for one division where we've assessed jobs and what those rates should be, then we need to alter it for all divisions. So, if a equipment operator was supposed to come in at a 9A and we've changed that and made it a 9K, then everybody in that line item should now come in at a 9K, and we ought to just move that matrix down and say, this is our new starting point. But we've gone in and made it a little bit unfair to some of the people who work under it.
It depends what qualifications they have going into the maintenance operation, though, right? Sean, I mean, if we hire somebody in the road department, he might have qualifications, be qualified to run some equipment.
There's different startings for
Right.
3 levels of operators.
Okay.
Based on experience and
Yes. The week with the sheriff's talking about is when we looked at all the operators and where they were at and centerlined that starting point, because people have been hired in at different points. There's Morgan and I that went through it. And you can see at the bottom of the salary scale that we had to have baselines, and those baselines are not at A.
But some of them was hired in at the low level, even though having the qualifications.
Some of them were.
Some of them that we straightened out. Okay.
That's my thoughts. Thank you, gentlemen.
thank you.
The mill levy sheet I gave you when we were taking a break there. This just came out. This is one we get every year from property valuation. And I realize mill levies are only one part of the picture. The valuation of your property is what those mill levies are taking times to get your taxes. Strictly looking at average county levy, Linn County is the 5th lowest in the state this year. Now, point Jim brought up when I handed that out to me here a few minutes ago, we are that low because of the power plant, and that is exactly right. That's where a big chunk of our value is.
Look at coffee.
Yeah, coffee's the lowest.
Yeah.
And they have the nuclear plant.
And they're getting ready to build something else, I think.
But I just wanted you to see that it's not like we have been going insane with tax levies and raising and raising and raising. We haven't. We actually are lower compared to other counties in the state than we were a few years ago, because we had worked up to where we were about 15th lowest.
So is that our goal to always be the lowest, or is it our
Well,
goal?
not necessarily. I just wanted you to see where we are compared to other counties.
What do you guys think? I mean, should we, what's our long-term plan for when the power plant goes, or if it does? Do we have a direction where I mean, personally, where do you want the county to go? Personally, where do you want the county to go? What's your guys' goals?
I know where it will go when it shuts down.
I know, but we're not doing anything about it, though. I mean, I'm worried about my kids. I mean, that's part of the reason I do this job, is that I want a place for my kids to come and be, if they want to call this home whenever they're my age, and I'm scared. So, and we have no plan. I mean, I've been pretty loud and throwing a bunch of fits, Jim, you know. We have no plan in place, and I feel like there should have been a plan before I was even born. And it just keeps getting closer every day. So, I mean, when that power plant closes, are we just shutting the county down, or what? I mean, what's our plan? We're
Well, to me, we based our government off of that power plant being here, you know, because we have the revenue off of the valuation.
so what's our plan? What's our backup plan? Our plan afterwards?
Because if we didn't have the evaluation of what that power plant was, we wouldn't have near what we got right now. Not even close.
So how do we move forward, though?
I don't have that answer.
Or is it your goal as a commissioner to move forward, or just to lower taxes? Or, I mean, my goal is to make it justifiable to pay the taxes we pay here. And I know we're low, but we're going to be, if we don't get a plan together, we're going to be even higher. And I feel like that it's our job to put something into place. Do you?
I think it's our job as well.
I mean, my job, or my goal is not really just to lower taxes or whatever. I mean, I don't know if that's anybody's goal, but my goal is to make it justifiable to pay the taxes that we pay and the future taxes we pay, like bringing in restaurants, bringing in big distribution centers, things like that to help us offset that cost. I feel like right now we don't, I mean, everybody pays for a jail, but not everybody uses the jail. We pay for an airport, not everybody uses the airport. And I just feel that it's our job to get a plan together for where we want Linn County to go.
So, I mean, is the plan, does it need to be that we're going to tighten our belts on certain areas and we're going to refocus those funds and invest in the future of the county? Or,
I mean, my opinion is we start this budget season to make sure that all the money that we're giving out to these outside entities is being utilized correctly and to the fullest, and we're not missing anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we go through every single budget with a fine tooth comb. I mean, we know where. I had Douglas County has a really, really good website where you can get on and look up every little detail of where their budget is and
where every dollar's spent.
And they don't have to come to you and I and ask us every little detail. And you can click on it, it tells you. And are we utilizing all of our able tax entities? Are we able, I mean, should we put another one in place for like a hospital district or a tourism, or make sure that we're collecting all that for the future of this county? Does that make sense?
Yes.
And that's where I want to.
I'm just saying that, you know, I mean, and what I'm saying is that I think if we look at doing away with some frivolous services that we determine aren't really benefiting the county, you know, then I'm asking you whether we're going to turn around and save that to the taxpayers or whether we're going to invest in the county. And I think that's kind of key to the direction that we take from that standpoint, you know, but I think we have to, I think that needs to be part of the plan.
What do you think, Jim?
When it comes to business, I don't think that government's a place for in businesses. You know, we need to figure out a way to get business here. You know, but whenever the government gets involved in business, I just think we're growing the government, you know. You know, just like we take it at the power plant, like at what we got there, you know. Why are we in the business of, as far as the county? To me, a private industry would do a better job running that than us.
I think that's something that we got to all talk during budget to figure out. I mean, and I'm not taking on the mental health. I'm just using the SCK mental health. You know, we give them 117, 119,000 a year, but do we know why? Do we know where that?
And they come back a lot more.
I mean, we don't. That's the type of stuff that I need to know during a budget this year. Is, you know, where you got that formula, why we're paying you that, what you're offering to us.
what our other options are.
what our other options are, and, what will happen if we do go a different route, maybe it starts with, we get all the statutes of everything we have to provide in the county, and that's where we start, and we make sure that maybe that'd be an easier way, you know what I'm saying? Like, present us with all the statutes of what you must fund at this rate or whatever, or what they must provide, and then we, based on the statute, that's what we ask them to provide, and because I feel like it just kind of gotten out of control over the years, and we don't know where that formula went to justify that price. Does that make sense? I don't know if that'd be the easiest way to start, but maybe.
Do we have anything that shows the evaluation of each of these counties, to look at?
Not a list. I mean, you can go on PBD's site and go through budgets and find it, but I
Find
don't
it, but they don't actually
I
put
don't
that. They
think
don't
there's
put the
anything in a list.
evaluation.
Okay, the other thing we said we were gonna talk about next month was the plan for the health department. What do
Next
we need
week.
to- Next week, I'm sorry. Next week. What do we need to see on that?
Jim, you got any input?
Have to sit
Where
down and
you-
decide what we're gonna do as far as which direction we're headed.
Okay, but what do we need to look at to determine that? What information are we gonna need to make that decision? Is what I'm asking, Jim.
Payroll cost, I'd say, wouldn't you? Payroll cost, I'd say, wouldn't you?
Okay.
So are we
Do we
just,
need to look at the statute? Do we need to look at what other alternatives are out there?
To look at and see what it's actually, what we're required to have as far as the health department.
I think if we're gonna do it, we're starting right now, so might as well start with that one.
I mean, as far as to see what we are required to have as far as the health.
I think that if we're gonna do it with that, then we need to do it with every single budget that comes across the table, so we're gonna have to really,
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying that's the one that is staring us in the
Looking
face.
us in the face right now, is that one?
So
so do
we
we feel
can
like,
use that as our test case and
so,
See what we're looking at, what we are doing and what we're required to do.
and then we go through all these, and is that how we're gonna determine how much money we can save after all this reconstruction? And then we base the employees' compensation off of that? Does that make sense? We go through all this and figure out what we do and don't need, if we're overpaying or whatever, and we have a big number at the end that we're actually saving, is that where we?
What I'm just saying is, it's like we got 5 employees full-time and 2 part-time at the health department. If we don't need that much,
But that's for them. I don't feel like that's our job to determine that. That's,
if we go off of what the qualification, what we're actually doing, that we need to be doing is kind of what you said, right, Jason?
no, I agree,
But we look at that and then we decide that maybe we can up the pay if we don't need 5 or 7
I
employees.
think what's important beyond that is are we offering, for the little that we do provide in this county based on our taxes that people pay, I look at that as a kind of I don't have a whole lot to look at it as an asset to the people of this county. Anybody can go out there and use it. And I think that's another thing we gotta take into the factor is, are we giving the people what's necessary, not just cutting the services because we don't think it's correct? Like I said, I really lean on the health department a lot as, hey, we're providing you with a health department that's kind of an asset because we don't have a whole lot to.
We supply the marina at the lake for people.
I get that's what I'm
whoever
saying.
uses it.
We could probably go on all day on what we do, but
It's no different than the airports, like what you're saying. We supply the airport.
we spend a lot of money on it.
How many people use it?
None.
I think they're two separate issues as far as tightening the budgets on those and what we're talking about as far as employee compensation at this time. I'm not saying that that's not how we don't fund it going forward. If we're looking at doing multiple steps in our employee compensation, but I think for right now, what we need to look at is making a good faith showing to our employees, letting them know they're not forgotten, and doing something along those lines. And then budget time, we start figuring out more of how we're going to pay for it long term, where we can cut other things out, whether that be a position here, a position there, and things that way that's going to allow us to sustain it. I think the reason we look at the health department now is, you know, we're in a state of flux on that right now, you know.
Well, it's an easy,
I would hate to do something and then turn around in June and decide we did the wrong thing.
Mhm.
And that's why I'm saying we need to look at it right now, determine how we want that thing to be shaped. Can we get alternatives, David, to look at, or is that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you want, but we can look at whatever you want to.
So what do we want?
To retain employees there. That's what I want.
Okay.
To retain employees.
I'm not saying I'm in favor of cutting it. I'm just saying that I think we need to look at the big picture. We can't just make the decision based off of our little knowledge that we have.
I agree. I think that
and when we look at the weekly patient sheet that we've been getting, and I appreciate that we have been getting it, but you know, it's from 40 to 50 different services we provide throughout the week.
Yeah.
You split that out amongst the people, you know, hourly wise, and I don't know how long it takes hourly, but that's a way of looking, you know, how productive we're as far as the amount of people we're looking at versus the amount of hours we're
Spending doing it.
spending doing it. Would that be fair?
so. I mean, it's going to take a lot of work. I mean, do we? It's like kind of like the prosecuting attorney. They came in multiple times and told us they needed these pay raises, and we just kind of turned away and look at where we're at now. And I'm afraid that's going to get
That's where
started.
Miami
anyway.
County's at, they're paying a lot more money.
I
than
don't
us.
care about Miami County. I care about Linn County.
Money didn't cause the whole issue.
The money makes the world go round. I disagree with that. And just because everybody, I mean, should we just sit idle while everybody else goes up around us? I feel like that's kind of what we've done for so many years. That's just my opinion. I just started getting into government a few years ago, so I didn't care about anything, and now I care a lot. But everything's just kind of ran this way for so many years, and I feel like that nobody wants to take the initiative to step up and make sure it's being done right. And look at where we're at now.
So if we make $1 raise across the board, what do you think Miami County will do?
I don't care what they
I
do.
mean, I don't think raising it, it will be right back in the same boat in 6 months to a year, is what I think.
Then we have to come up with a plan to start keeping up with them, I guess. I don't know. I mean, you go from one county down to here and we don't have shit and they have a lot. I mean,
I think it comes back to showing them that we care about more than just our budget. You know, if we want our employees to work harder and do things that way, then they've got to be bought in to our culture at that point. You know, whether that's cutting back positions or something that way, Jim, but I think we have to do something in good faith. I'm not saying it fixes the problem. I'm just saying that lets them know that we're putting our money where our mouth is. That we're not just telling them, hey, we're gonna look at this, and then we never get around to looking at it.
I mean, I feel like we have a few options, you know, on salaries anyway. It doesn't fix our long term, but I mean, we have the income coming from the jail, which,
But okay, we go back, we raised the budget at the jail $1 million in the last 2 years. And you talk about the 700 and some thousand coming back, or 900,000, we're still not back where we were.
because we're not utilizing it to the fullest. I feel like if we staff him and get it competitive, that we can roll. I mean, I think you said before, when the jail, you're like, I guess we'll have to rely on the jail. That was your words whenever we were talking about getting going in it. You was like, I guess we'll have to rely on it. So, but we're not really. I mean, we're,
Well, we've got a 900 and some $1,000 bill, which I realize it's off of sales tax. But that jail there is costing us 900 and some thousand there. And then $1 million, budget increase. So, you know, I look at that 1.8 or $9 million.
That wasn't just the jail, Mr. Johnson.
I understand that, but
Then don't say it like it's just the jail. Say it like it's the court, the prosecutor, IT, and everybody. Because I went from 8,000 to 44,000 square foot of maintenance to take care of, not just the jail.
I understand that, the building there.
I do understand it, because every time you want to attack me, like the sheriff did something in the jail that cost $1 million.
$1 million, Kevin.
Did what?
Has your budget went up $1 million?
Yes, sir, it has. And that's to take care of everything for the court, the prosecutor, all the public space in there. I don't know what you do or don't understand, but what I need you to understand is the fact that I didn't raise the jail budget $1 million just to take care of my office. And that's how you say it every time. You've been doing this crap to the firehouse. You've been doing it to the health department. And it's getting a little bit tiring. You got your own agenda, and I'm sick and tired of it.
No, I don't.
The hell you don't. Don't blame me for every problem.
I'm not blaming you. I'm telling you.
You got to have a plan. It's a comprehensive plan. You paid a load of dollars for it. You keep saying we don't have a plan. I'm sitting here reading it. Follow it. It's what the people want, not what you want or what I want. It's what the people want. Follow the plan. You paid for it. Don't blame me for your $1 million raise over here. I didn't even vote for the darn project.
I didn't either.
I didn't either. I'm one of 18%, and so are you, because it's in the wrong place. Should have been somewhere else where we could have built onto it one day. It's not in a place for that.
I questioned that long before it was built.
That's great. We can all question whatever we want to, but it's built now.
Questioned the expense of it too, and nobody told me then how he's gonna pay for the operating cost of it.
We're making money there.
I don't see it that way.
Then what's the money doing sitting in an account not doing anything?
We raised our budget for that building over there, and we've also got a 900 and some $1,000.
Then then infuse it back into it. You guys have to make those decisions. I don't get to, David don't get to, none of the other electeds get to. Figure out what to do with the money. Take care of the project. Take care of the program. Stop sitting here griping about it. Do something. For God's sakes, on January 9th, one of my guys came in here and asked for a simple tweak in a policy. It's March what? We never got a tweak. My people are getting discouraged. I'm frustrated. We need to do something for the people, and sitting here and arguing about what we're going to do for the people. You got a plan. You paid a load of money for it. I follow it. Maybe y'all should too.
let's take a 10-minute recess. I'll make a motion to take a 10-minute recess.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We'll be back at 1:10.
Warming up out there, is it just still blustery?
Supposed to rain this week?
Thursday, gonna make my lots of money mess again. Still chilly.
Is it?
Yep.
Doing this, doing what we talked about, change. Same time. Right. Because it's this. So it's not safe. So
Is that lunch?
few minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. All right, we'll go ahead and, we'll go ahead and reconvene. David, typically, when do we start our budget season? When do we start talking about them?
Well, usually it's around the 1st of May when we get all the information out to departments to have them start coming in. Nothing says you can't start earlier than that. I like to have that 4 months of experience in this year's expenses to give people to have something to base their estimates off of, but they can start working on them anytime.
So do we want to come up with a plan, what we're going to expect for budget presentation from each in any department? I mean, do you have an idea of what you want to see? Try to help us generate a plan, make sure we're utilizing all our tax dollars correctly and where we give them out. I think it's going to be a long, big process. I think it's going to put a huge burden on some people, but I think that's what needs to be done. Wait, how you feel, Jim? I don't know.
So what do we look at now? Like, I mean, I haven't had the opportunity to sit down with David yet, so I don't know what we look at now versus what we need to look at, I guess is what I'm saying.
David, do you feel that that's gonna be asking a lot? I mean, what do you, me personally, I would like to see literally every little detail of why they got what they got, what they did prior, what they're doing now, what they're gonna be doing in 5 years, where they expect to be. I mean, is that, I don't feel that's asking too much from you, David.
I'm not sure what all you want from that, Danny, really. I mean,
Everything. I don't know. I mean, it kind of like,
I think you're gonna vary a lot by department on
What you
what they
get.
even could get you on something like that. I mean,
and I know that like, yeah, I know it's gonna be difficult. I don't know. I mean,
if I could tell you for the clerk's office, what I plan on the next 5 years is
I know. I mean, I know it's gonna be,
basically keeping up with the statutes and the new regulations that come through to complete the duties. I mean, it's not like I have a fleet of automobiles that I'm replacing or,
no, I get that. I get
you
that.
know, I'm not sure where to go with some of that with a lot of departments. And you're gonna have a lot of different, very small budgets.
Right.
Well, here's just an example. We get some money in every year from alcohol tax, and it goes out to fund parks, and part of it goes to I think it's the mental health center. Those are just statutory things that we do. The money we get in, it's based on an estimate we get from the state. A budget like that, to me, takes 2 minutes in a commission meeting to approve or not, because there's nothing there to change that can. But you're gonna get other budgets where, yeah, there's a whole lot of detail you can look at. And there are some that you get a lot of detail from now when they turn them in. Kevin's got his line items broken down way farther than most people do when they come in. I typically back up the salary part of mine with some spreadsheets, which is the biggest part of my budget.
Danny, I still think that we start with the health department and then determine what we're looking at there
No, I agree. I agree. This like,
and then start along those lines. You know, maybe that will help shape what we need to ask for from the others.
Jim, what do you think?
I got to start with the health department, like he says. Got the opportunity right here to take a look at it.
Is there additional information, or what type of additional information would you guys like to see on compensation? I mean, is there something else I can look at to?
I agree with you on that survey. Do you have an idea of how you'd want to organize that? Who would organize it?
So I need to talk with Pam over at Mapping. She's the one who did the survey for the comprehensive plan and things that way, and make sure she still has those capabilities and everything that way. And like I said, I think that's something that's going to take us a while to build the questions and make sure it's addressing what we want it to and everything that way. And then we've also got to get the employees to buy in that it's confidential, that it's not going to be used against them. Otherwise, we're not going to get honest feedback. And if we don't get honest feedback, there's no point in doing it.
What kind of questions are we gonna? I mean, what do we want? What kind of questions are we gonna ask? Do you think? I mean, what do we?
I think it needs to focus in on key points, supervisory training, pay and benefits, corporate culture. You know, I think those are kind of the foundational pieces that are going to need to be changed within there, that we can draw from their things to make the changes that are necessary. Do you have anything else that you think from that standpoint?
I think it's a good start. So once we get that, what would you? We take everything, all people's points of views, and police into consideration and we come up with a plan on how.
And what I've done in the past in different lives is some of those are, a rating from 1 to 10 and things that way. And that allows them to show whether they're middle of the road, whether it's low, whether it's high, something we're doing well, something we're doing wrong, and from there we can kind of start to pinpoint and say, okay, well, these are the 5 things that are being pointed out to us that we need to improve on. Here's what we're doing well. So we don't want to necessarily take away from those. Otherwise, we're going to risk creating more morale issues.
So are we gonna allow them to, like, each, say it's is there gonna be per department or just per individual? And they're gonna be able to assess like what they want out of us, what they want out of like the sheriff's office, like, we're just gonna do that for everybody, or what their main concerns are, or is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that, Jim?
Fine.
You said you've done this before.
Yes. With multiple companies.
Aren't that pretty good?
I mean, it's all going to be dependent on what we do with the information. Both instances that I've done this in the past, we used those surveys to make changes that were necessary and help guide us in those things. That gives a little more background. When I was with the bank, we did one every year, and it was required. But we also had a consultant that came in and performed that task and everything that way.
And each year, you probably didn't see a huge change, but you guys started lining things out. Did it make a good impact?
You could start to see the change in the numbers. Something that was low one year, you make a tweak or two and see a bump in it the next year. You could see distinct patterns, different changes. You didn't address this one, it's still low. It's middle of the road. It's still middle of the road. We didn't do anything. We didn't make any changes.
Well, that's, I think it'd be a good start. And then we have the comprehensive plan on top of that, and then we can put them both together and we can get a structure underneath this. Right now, I feel like that we don't have one. I know we have one. I just feel like that every now and again, you gotta assess everything all at once and make sure we're doing it.
So, do you think that going through Pam is we need to start by talking to her? Are you guys okay if I do that?
I'm okay with it.
Jim?
Who's gonna make the questions? How are you gonna do that? What questions?
Yeah, I think we need to approve them. I had said last time that I would work on drafting questions. But
It's merely a suggestion to help you with that. But if you ask your department heads or supervisors to submit questions of concerns to you, you may have a list. Obviously, you're going to develop it, but it may give you some insights to some of the things that you might want to look at or try to address.
thank you, Sean. But once again, I'm not saying that I'm going to go out and make the questions and then we're going to send it out. I think it needs to be something that we're all reviewing and saying, okay, that makes sense. Why are we asking this question? That makes sense. Why are we asking this question? That makes sense. This one doesn't make sense. Get that question out of here.
take a little while to
It will.
set this up, because like you said, I've been involved in answering the questions, but this set a firm up to do them.
And I'm not planning on starting from scratch. I think that we can find
A template.
stuff out there that we can start off of and use to set this up. I'm just saying if we're going to be making changes,
Sometimes it's all in how you ask the question too,
it is.
what you want.
It is. And that's why I'm saying, does this make sense? And sometimes, so we would also sometimes ask the question different ways. Does that make sense?
2 or 3 questions have been there.
And they're kind of lumped together in the same deal. And they're not one right after another. They're spread out throughout the
I've taken multiple of them.
Okay. So you understand what I'm talking
I know
about.
exactly what you're talking about.
But trying to make sure that there's a correlation between those answers. So.
I think it's a good start. We get
David, on the health department, can we look at past budgets on them, kind of a breakdown for next week?
How far back are you wanting to go?
What's doable?
06 when we came around and didn't envy, didn't we? I mean, we brought it back in house.
5 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of how much time it's gonna take to go back through that many, and I've got,
What 2002 is or 2020 is when it changed pretty rapidly just because of COVID, right? I mean, is that when that was?
well, there were a lot of changes then. If we go back 5 or 6 years, I think it'd give you a pretty good look at the trends that we're looking at.
Okay.
And I have that much that I could get out of the accounts payable system. I can't go back more than about 9 years on that. So anything older, I would have to be just digging out paper records
Right.
and going through them. Or
So what do we want to look at, guys? 6 years?
Yeah,
Is that enough?
I think so.
Is it hard to go back with what you got? I mean, on your program, the 9 years, I mean, to look at it, or does that take you a lot of work?
Well, I guess some of that too is going to depend on how much detail you're looking for. Like the deal I sent you the other day that showed tax income, other income, expenses. I could go back as far as, about 9 years in the system and pull that together pretty quickly.
Just what was grant money, what was
Yeah.
tax money, and, yeah.
And I can look at our audited financial statements for a lot of those years to get a more true picture between grant and patient fees, because typically there's some adjustment there. But yeah, I could go back probably 8 or 9 years without a lot of trouble on that.
Be fine with me if that's good with you guys.
I think 6 is fine, right? We look at the last 6 years.
Do you think do you think that we should reach out to everybody that's working over there right now in the environment, ask them their, because they see everything behind closed doors we don't. I mean, you guys think that's important to get their input before we make a decision? Or take into consideration of how things are operating, what could be better, what they don't like, what they do like? How do you feel about that?
I almost feel like, so the decision that we're trying to make is how we're going to fund and handle the health department right here. I think that comes back to, if we're putting, I think that's in the job description of the manager, I think those items and things that way, based off the direction we go, needs to be the new person's duties.
How do you feel, Jim?
change isn't always easy. It's just like what he's saying is, and, you know, it's basically comes down to if we decide to change it. That's what we group, as a group decide to change. It's our decision.
I think it's important that we give them goals and expectations when they come in the front door. I think it's very important because I don't want, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, keep repeating the same thing over and over again. I do. I understand what you're saying. I'm just, I mean, we're not the managers of that department.
Exactly. And that's where I was, we get the input of the people that's there every day. I mean, sometimes they don't talk freely in front of their boss or whatever, you know how that goes. We're not there every day. We don't hear everything. And I just want to be sure we're making the right decision. Last thing I want to do is make a decision and then we strip some program or whatever the case may be. And then it pisses the entire department off and then we're rebuilding again. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And I think we're just talking about what we need to look at, right? Not things that we've already decided we're going to do. What information do we need to make the decision? I think they would also, once again, like for us to make that decision sooner than later.
Right. I mean, we have until the 31st. So not very long.
No.
Well, actually, I mean, I need to make an answer next week because she needs to train somebody and figure out which direction they're going.
Whether we're placing it, whether we're doing something different, whatever decision we make, right, Jim? It's got to happen quick, and we go muddying it with more stuff that are kind of out of our job description. We're just going to bog down in the details and not make the decision that we need to make. I'm not saying that their thoughts don't matter because they do, but
Jim, any input?
I'm good with that.
Okay.
So you guys were talking about surveys, just made me remember one about a year ago at this time with our K-Camp Board of Trustees, we did a self-evaluation survey before our retreat last year. And I went back, I found the question. It looked like there were a little over 70 questions plus about 3 pages worth at the end of places where you could write in comments about different topics. And I didn't know if that was something you guys would want to look at.
I think so.
That type of format for what you're talking about for an employee survey, or something you'd like to look at yourselves to fill out at some point too, or?
I think it could be beneficial.
I did not develop that. I've just got a copy of it.
Okay.
I really don't even know what this program is they used for it. It was something from our attorney's law firm that they set up. So the way they did it may be a program that they have that's theirs and not publicly available.
Right. Okay. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I'm just trying to gather data.
All right, next week we'll make a decision on that on the health department. And you're going to move forward with the survey.
Correct. And then we're also going to talk about the pay increase possibilities again next week.
I think so. I think we'll move a step forward and try to figure out, what we could do and how we could maintain that going forward with, options. A little more in depth. I mean, we got until midnight tonight. We could discuss it. but I think that's important.
Yep.
I mean, Kevin is right. We do owe Bobby an answer on that. How do you guys feel on that?
Are you gonna talk with, Gary about that, about the vacation or the holiday pay is what he's talking about? As far as the 12-hour shifts, and David, Gary talked about that, but like he was on vacation last week and there's been a few things.
Yeah.
We need to get that straightened out, because I think we're in agreement to pay him the double time and a half for the 12 hours, right?
Yeah. So we'll for sure have an answer next week then.
If they've got time, if Gary and you have time to take care of that.
Because I mean, it had been explained to us that the policy is somewhat in place. It might just need a little tweak.
Yeah, I think that's really all it's gonna amount to is a small tweak to make it work, so
Right.
we'll get that worked up.
Okay. Okay. Anything else?
I think I've had enough for the day.
I'll make a motion. We adjourn.
I'll second it.
Motion moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.